Ready to go? All right, welcome to Ramara Township, Monday, May 27th, council meeting. I hand over to our clerk for attendance.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 27th council meeting. I'm Jennifer Connor, Clerk of Ramara Township. I'll begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snutch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher.
Present.
Councillor Tuyu.
Present.
Councillor Goff.
Present.
And Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Tonight we have a closed meeting session. The recommendation that council enter a closed session regarding personnel matters in accordance with section 239 2B of the Municipal Act. Consider put that on the floor. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Tuyu, all in favor? Okay. Technical difficulty. All right, welcome everybody to the meeting tonight, our council meeting, May 27th. I'm going to open the meeting up. If we can do roll call, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 27th council meeting. I'm Jennifer Connor, Clerk of Ramara Township. I'll begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell,
Present.
Councillor Snatch,
Present.
Councillor
Present.
Fisher,
Present.
Councillor Tuyu,
Present.
Councillor Goff,
Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
Great. I guess we'll start off the meeting explaining what's happening with Mayor Clark. He was doing some important work in Japan and he's kind of lost his voice. So we're trying to save it for county tomorrow. So he'll jump in when he needs to, but we'll try and limit his talking. Other than that, just a couple of remarks from myself. A lot of you know I coach the Mariposa wrestling team. Took a team of 9 out to the Canada East Championships. Out of the 9 kids, several of them are from Ramara Township. We had all 9 medaled. We had 6 gold medalists. We had 1 silver and 2 bronze. So it was quite a successful trip out to Montreal. It was well worth it. And other than that, I went to the Ramara Chamber AGM. So I'm not sure if anybody else wanted to jump in from council and talk about what they did.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So a couple things that I've done this month as well as coming up. I organized at the Ramara Legion a free garage sale day swap meet. So it's called Share Your Wares. So we were able to keep items out of the landfills and offer them to members of the community free of charge. And we had hundreds of people through the door. And after everything was said and done, we had 1 carload to take in for donation at the end of the day. So and we had some amazing things come in. We had some life jackets come in. We had solar panels come in. We had houseware, small appliances, things like that. So it was really, really neat, just the community coming together. So I'm hoping that this is something that we can do moving forward. Another thing that hopefully, fingers crossed, Rooted in Ramara is supposed to be planting our community garden tomorrow. Of course, the weatherman says that we're going to be having thunder and lightning. So it might not be tomorrow. So we're just trying to figure out when that can happen. But we've been invited. I haven't told the committee. I was going to tell them tomorrow, but Zach knows. We've been invited to PV Mart in Aurelia. They have a community day once a month. They're mandated to do by their head office, and they've invited Rooted in Ramara to go in and just make a presence there, and go from there. So really excited because our seed library people have come in and have brought seeds back, of course, at the end of the season last year, and there's already people who have come to do their seeds to start this year for the gardens, and yep, so it's already underway and we're going to get plants other than weeds in our garden this year.
Excellent. Anybody else? Go ahead, Councillor Tuyu.
I have several good news items to share. So from May 1st to 3rd, Councillor Snutch and I had the opportunity to attend the OSUM Ontario Small Urban Municipalities Conference, which was nice because not only was it very much local to us in Aurelia, but it was a small gathering which felt much more interactive than some of the bigger conferences. And we learned a lot specifically about water and wastewater, which, as everybody here knows tonight, is kind of an issue. And then at the beginning of the month also, I'm happy to announce that a group of 9 students representing Ramah Central Public School won first place in the Battle of the Books out of all Aurelia area public schools. So congratulations to everybody. And then at the May 5th commemoration of the Battle of the Atlantic, as a counselor, I had the privilege of laying a wreath on behalf of the Township of Ramara, personally escorted by Chief Petty Officer 2nd Class Marsden of the Royal Canadian Sea Cadets of Canada. And as a mother of a cadet, I was so proud of my son, who had the honor of ringing the original bell from the HMCS Barry 24 times in remembrance of the 24 Royal Canadian Navy warships lost. And lastly, an item close to my heart because well, for more than one reason, but mainly because I'm on the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee with Severn. but National Accessibility Day is this week, and it's a significant observance dedicated to promoting awareness and action around the importance of accessibility for all individuals, particularly those with disabilities. This day serves as a reminder of the ongoing need to break down barriers and create inclusive environments that allow everyone to participate fully in society. Accessibility is not just about physical spaces. It encompasses digital accessibility, communication, and services that ensure equitable access for people with varying abilities. National Accessibility Day encourages governments, businesses, and communities to assess their practices and make necessary changes to accommodate all individuals. Observing this day highlights the progress made in accessibility and recognizes the challenges that still exist. It is an opportunity to celebrate advancements in technology and design that enhance the lives of those with disabilities. Moreover, it underscores the importance of advocacy and policy changes to enforce accessibility standards. By raising awareness and fostering an inclusive mindset, National Accessibility Day aims to build a society where everyone, regardless of their abilities, can live with dignity, independence, and equal opportunities. It calls on everyone to contribute to a world where accessibility is a fundamental right, not a privilege. To quote our Prime Minister, Canada wins when we are all included. This week, I encourage Canadians to reflect on the ways we can work together to remove barriers, promote accessibility, and secure fairness for every generation. Back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I'll just hop up on the Ramara Chamber of Commerce annual general meeting. So on behalf of the chamber, I will thank Casino Rama for hosting the event. It was a really nice night, and there was some emotion around some of the people who were selected to receive some of the honors. So it was just a really nice evening to see all the businesses together. So I really appreciated Casino Rama hosting for us. So that's that. And then the other thing I want to say is the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority has just recently launched a new page called Have Your Say. So what it allows you to do is go in and follow projects as they're happening, and you can go into individual projects and sign up to receive updates as those projects are moving along. So they just launched the tool, and it's a really, I'm just looking at it again just to kind of, but it's a really nice, clean, linear looking website and very easy to use. So anybody who wants to kind of follow what's going around the watershed, it looks like a really cool tool to be able to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Anybody else? No. Welcome, Mr. Goff, Councillor Goff. You're finally back here on the council, so welcome. Congratulations. Okay, we'll get remarks from the CIO, Zach.
No remarks from me tonight. Thank you.
Not even a goodbye. All right. We'll go into number 3, adoption of the agenda. 3.1, council agenda dated May 27, 2024. Recommendation that the council agenda dated May 27, 2024 be adopted as amended. So I'll put that on the floor. Councillor Fisher, Mayor Clark, all in favor? Oh, question. Go ahead.
Thank you. We, just a question before we adopt the agenda. We have a paper copy of the regular council minutes that was just placed on our desk. Is that different from what is in the agenda package?
Yes, the notice of motion that Councillor Bell did introduce at the meeting was omitted by error off the minutes. However, it is listed on the agenda. So we're adding that to the minutes and we're adopting them as amended.
Okay, thank you. That's what the amendment was. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, we're going to go into open forum now. Just a quick, to understand our procedural bylaw, it's meant to be 10 minutes long, 1 minute per speaker. We have 10 people signed up at this point. We need you to come up and speak into the mic. There's not any interaction between council or question and answer period. It's just giving your feedback so that we can take that into consideration while we're going through council. Okay, so in saying that, we'll get started. Jean Paul is our first speaker.
Perfect. Good evening, Worship Mayor Clark, Deputy Mayor Keith Bell, and members of council. It's my privilege to come here and speak. As well as my privilege to meet all the staff as well. My concern that I have is with a proposal on a sports dome for some money. My questions are really related on operations and future operations, sustainability of operating a proposed sports dome in Ramara. I'm well aware that we are fiscally responsible and we're already fiscally stressed on infrastructure within the township. And I'm very concerned that we're looking at an area or a venue where we could have a problem with meeting our budgets and our requirements and the delivery of services within the township. So I'm would like to make note that I'm very concerned about the operating cost. I understand that these are things that we need to do to bring in more attention to our wonderful township. But I've seen projects like these go overboard. I am a 30-year veteran, retired civil engineer with the city of Toronto, and I've seen multiple projects over budget, and at the end of them cost the township and the municipality substantial amount of money. So putting my question to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Michael Douglas.
County Road 47, Brecken. Question, how many soil remediation facilities or large-scale soil dumping sites will Ramara Township be allowing over the next 10 years? And does Ramara Township have a limit to the number of large-scale soil dumping sites or soil remediation facilities that will be allowed to set up in Ramara Township? I got a copy for everybody if you're interested. Question? Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Third, Anna.
Council, Mayor, it's an honor to be able to come forward and ask a query on item number 18, 2024.31. It's the remediation 1130 Concession Road 5. So I had written a number of questions, but I'll only keep it to one. Has Simcoe County allowed a new entrance to the property via County Road 47? Will the road entrance have any guidelines, specifications in place to ensure safe operation of 150 trucks a day? Allowances for pit and quarry operators are asked to provide a clear and unobstructed view in both directions onto common and public highways with sight triangles having sides of 6 meters from the point of the intersection. The contract with this remediation facility to build berms is for 4 years, 6 days a week with 150 trucks a day. Over the 4-year period, that'll be over 187,000 trucks entering that property. Currently, County Road 47 is a county road, so they would have to get permission from the county for an entrance. Anyways, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Fourth, we have Elaine. Okay, thank you. For those listening online, she's declined. Her question was already asked. Fifth, we have Maggie. Maggie. Okay. She's also noted that her question has been asked and answered. Number 7, sorry, 6 was stroked out. Ken.
Ken Ciardo, 4478 Orkney Heights in Ward 3. on agenda item 7.2, I'm looking for clarification of the phrase "if necessary." What exactly does that mean? Is that a trigger for a taxpayer bailout of water and wastewater services? So I'm looking for clarification there. Agenda item 11.1. It's the committee of the whole minutes from April 29. Item 7.3 was in regards to an open house for the Ramara Road water and wastewater. Has a date, place, and time been set for that? That's what I'd like to know. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've made out of the questions and we'll see if we can get some answers at some point. 8, Pat and Mike.
Hi, Pat Radonachich from 3150 Mara Cardin Boundary. I want to speak briefly to the bylaw 2024-31 with the fill agreement. For council's information, a previous application for a large-scale outdoor shooting range was unsuccessful at this location, and this led to the township-wide banning of shooting ranges. The document itself as proposed is flawed. The bill states that Soil Salvagers is the owner of 1131. In fact, they are the contractors for the owners of Ramara Sports as per the tax roll, which is the previous applicants. Schedule 3 is a violation of the County of Simcoe setbacks for berms. And additionally, the berms go directly over provincially significant wetlands as done in the drawing. I've left a bunch of stuff out. Section 11, there is a driveway that is temporarily granted by the County of Simcoe, but it is a temporary driveway and it's structurally insufficient for tens of thousands of trucks. There's no turn lane. A permanent driveway for any facility has to be off of the township road, and that is a county bylaw. So I don't know if that's what the township would like in the future. In my opinion, there's insufficient surety and deposit to protect the township itself if a project requires in section 7 corrective measures. And a prime example of that would be the city of Kawartha Lakes, who are up to their eyeballs millions of dollars. And there's no discussion here regarding a site plan, management of surface water, actual sourcing for water for the type of proposed facility, which I'm not sure whether that's really what's going on, dust control, or proper permanent entrance. I feel that this is putting the cart before the horse for council to sign into a 4-year agreement with unknown parameters. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 9. I believe it's Andreas, I'm sorry.
Good evening. Andreas Simic, 2337 Lakeshore Drive. I'm here with regards to item 9.3 on the agenda for tonight. I have a wrinkle that maybe some other people in the township don't have, in that I built a home, put in a septic, drilled a well, was told that the flow rate was bad, so I put in a holding tank. Then I was told the water was bad. So for 20 years, I've been trucking water to my home. And in those 20 years, I've never had gone to the township and said, hey, will you share the cost of my water trucking? And so, you know, I think people like myself need to be considered in the equation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker, Richard Black.
Richard Black, 1272 Concession Road 6, Ramara Township. Before I start these questions, some of the owners of these properties are in the audience tonight. My question is, why are we taking contaminated fill, if it is contaminated fill from other townships? Like the old saying is, Ireland wants Scotland to keep their own rubbish there. So why don't we let them deal with theirs? And there's 8 to 10 property owners in the area where that property is at 200 acres that is proposed to take all this fill. And it's a lot of fill. to be 28 feet high, around 200 acres. You times that by how wide it's got to be. That's a lot of fill. Like, I mean, that's a lot of fill. And the question is, all these properties, and I am owner of one of them. Most of those properties in that area are environment protected. So why is this property, which I've known it my whole lifetime, has some swamp area on it too, and green space and all that stuff? And why is it not environment protected? And where's all the water from all that going to run? It runs straight down eventually into Lake Dalrymple through the back way through properties over there. So our question is, why were these people not informed? And why are we taking the soil? And we don't want we don't want stuff here. And why? Who's benefited from this? All this fill coming here. There's somebody that has to benefit from it, and we would like some answers before it's put through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. I'll give maybe one last opportunity. If there's any last speakers, you can sign up. No? Oh, just you have to sign this here. Maurice, could you sign this first? You got to add your name to the bottom there. There was one slot left. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, it's Maurice McMillan, 6956 McMillan Side Road. I live downstream from on the Black River. I take my water of the Black River. A lot of people do take their water of the Black River. And the drainage system for these sites drain to the Black River. So I have a concern that way. But I did notice in reading some of the information of 25 cents a ton remuneration to the township. And I did read, I believe, that the township's going to be liable for some of the controls of these dump sites, or this particular one, NRK. I don't think 25 cents a ton is going to take care of monitoring and the long-term cost of monitoring these soils forever. It seems too cheap for soil that's been trucked 100 miles or so from Toronto up to here to be dumped here, when the people that are collecting this stuff in years past were getting $1,200 a load. And I'm sure they're getting more now. So the equivalent, the balance of the financials of income for the township and the reliability or the liability to the township has to be considered. This is not a short-term liability. This stuff stays here for eternity. So that'd be my concern, that you're looking at very hard before you sign anything for any more dumps. And there's nothing more important than health and water. And fast decisions never get undone. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everybody who got up and spoke. We'll definitely take all those thoughts into consideration when we're making a decision. I'm going to go back up here. We're now on to 5.1. We're into adoption of the minutes, regular council minutes, recommendation that the regular council meeting minutes dated April 22nd, 2024 be adopted as presented. Somebody put that on the floor for me. Mayor Clark.
Your worship, that'll be as amended.
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
That motion will be adopted as amended.
For April 22nd?
Yes.
Sorry, as amended. Okay, again, Mayor Clark was good with that. Councillor Two is good with that amendment. And all in favor? That is carried. 5.2, special council meeting minutes dated April 29th, 2024. Recommendation that the special council meeting minutes dated April 29th, 2024 be adopted as presented. Somebody put that on the floor for me. Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. 5.3, special council recommendation that the special council meeting minutes dated May 15th, 2024 be adopted as presented. Somebody put that on the floor for me. Councillor Goff, seconded by Mayor Clark. All in favor? Okay, all opposed?
Sorry, I thought we were just not receiving these yet because we have to discuss them. Right? These are
the open.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I'll do the vote again. All okay, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. All right. 5.4, special council meeting. That the council is a recommendation that the special council meeting minutes dated May 16th, 2024 be adopted as presented. Somebody put that forward. Councillor Goff, Councillor Fisher, all in favor? That is carried. All right. We're going to get into number 6, disclosure of any pecuniary interests. Any to be declared? Seeing any? Okay. Number 7, we're going into motions of which motions of which notice has been previously given. So we'll get right into 7.1. Councillor Bell, whereas need a seconder. Okay, so we need a seconder for that motion. We have Councillor Goff. So I'm going to read this out because we do have a lot of people in the audience. Whereas motion CW 13421 outlines that staff were to proceed as directed in matters related to the relief of municipal drinking water and wastewater billing. Now, therefore, be resolved that council permit deputations regarding municipal drinking water and wastewater billing services billing at council meetings to take place. So we have a seconder. We have Councillor Goff seconding that. Okay, we're going to a vote. Sure.
And the seconder speak on it. And then we'll
Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, through the chair, to the group and those listening. The reason I've brought this motion is because CW 13421, as you can see by the motion, is something that I can't talk about. So we can't talk about the details of the motion. We can only talk about that staff was to proceed as directed on the motion. But when you read the second part and it says that council permit deputations regarding municipal drinking water and wastewater services billing at council meetings, you'll know what the matter was about, but you just won't know the details of how the motion came to be passed. So the reason that I have brought this is that as the councillor who represents numerous consumers of drinking and wastewater services, for me to say to a resident, I know that you're not pleased with your bill and you'd like to question it and you can't, and then the resident would say to me, why can't I? And up until now, I had to essentially say, because I said so, which is not, I don't think, a reasonable way to manage it. So I had needed to be able to show somebody, here's the policy that says you can't come and make a deputation. So this to me is just a first step in saying, so rescind that motion because it's not a public motion that we can work with and that we can provide a policy to residents. And then the next steps would be building a policy that is public facing. So I'm not advocating today to say, we should take a deputation or we should not take a deputation. Today, what I'm advocating for is just that whatever we decide to do, it's a public facing policy that we can simply say to the resident, here's why you can make a deputation or here's why you cannot. And that's really all that it's about. Transparency. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Goff.
I actually happen to agree with Councillor Bell's definition of what this is about. I think it should be very transparent as to whether you have a water leak and you want to come talk about your bill. I know last term of council, we had a lot of them that came in front of council, and that's why it was decided that they weren't supposed to anymore. And we let sort of finance sort of decide whether there was any sort of rebate. I think in fairness, it should be in front of the public, and that's why I'm supporting Sherry on this.
Other comments? Counselor Snutch?
Yeah, further to Councillor Goff's comments, the other thing, although we were getting a lot of requests, the worst part of it, I thought, was that a lot of these people come in here hoping that they're going to get a concession. So they spend time doing a deputation. And at the end, it's always no. And it was no, no matter where they let the tap on, no matter whether their toilet was leaking, no matter if their outside hose was on, no matter if they were in Florida. So part of, I just don't want to waste the people's time coming in unless we are going to start granting, and how do you do that? How do you say to somebody, okay, you left your hose on, so we're going to credit your water bill? So that's my point, is that I just don't want to waste the people's time coming in to do the deputations.
So we're sharing. Okay, sorry. I understand what you're saying, Councillor Snutch. But right now, in reality, they can go to our treasurer and they decide whether there's any sort of relief. And it's sort of done behind, I'm going to say, a veil of secrecy as to what kind of, if there is any sort of relief in the bills. At least this way I'm saying is just bring it out into a public forum and matter so that everybody knows what's going on.
Okay. Could I just get clarification on that from our CAO? I'm sure there's some kind of procedural bylaw they must follow they have to meet certain criteria.
Yeah, so it goes to the treasurer, looks at a lot of them, but most of them are the same decision as council, as we do not rebate. If the leak's on, if water is left on, if the toilet's running, whatever it might be. The only time we potentially look at it is if the water didn't go down the sewer, and we can write off the sewer portion. So the resident would have to prove that it didn't go down the sewer, which is sometimes difficult to do. That's really the only reason we ever look at it, or it was a billing mistake at the township office. Those are really the only two reasons anything gets written off. And I can say the time we've been looking at it, it's maybe been once, maybe twice. There's not a lot that get written off.
And that price that is written off, who ends up paying for that loss? Is it the other users?
It would be this, depending if it's water or sewer, but whichever one we write off, it would be those people that department that pays for it.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Clark.
Well, yeah, I can just standardize. Yeah, we do have a policy in place, just like I wouldn't let somebody come to a council meeting to argue a parking ticket. You take that to your bylaw department. Now, if you want to do a deputation that you don't feel there should be parking restrictions on that street, that's different. And even if we decide in your favor, you still got to pay the parking ticket, because when you parked there, it was actually illegal at the time. So we don't allow one-offs, whether it's your tax bill. You can't come to council and argue about your tax bill. You have to take that up with the Treasury Department. Your water bill is no different. If there's an issue with your water bill, you have to take that up. You don't air that out on the public airways, somebody's tax bill, somebody's water bill. And we're mandated by a lot of rules. We can't waive a tax bill. We can't even waive the interest on a tax bill. We set the bylaw. And we follow the bylaw. If we waive it, somebody else has to pay it. That's kind of the way. It can be a grant or something like that. So that's why we don't entertain these deputations anymore. There's a policy in place. And as you heard, Zach, it's very, very rare. I think the last one, and it was public, was a house burnt down in Lagoon City. And nobody thought to turn the water off. And I mean, it clearly didn't go down the sewers because there was no house. The water just ran. So yes, that bill was amended, but I think it came to council for approval. Staff recommended it to come to council that we waive the sewer portion of the water bill. They still had to pay for the water because the water ran, right? Am I correct on that one?
It did come to council, correct. Again, that's an entirely different situation because there was a fire. So there's a separate issue from the water bill, and those ones probably still would come to council. Water was kind of the secondary issue at that
Yeah,
issue.
it was what you consider an act of God or something like that. But when it's your own maintenance issue, a water pipe breaks, that's maintenance. You went south and didn't turn your water off and the house froze and broke. That's a maintenance. We don't bring those to council anymore. There's a policy and we follow the policy. So that's why. Now, I don't know the exact bill you're referring to, but I know that's why I would reject a deputation like that if you wanted to come to council as mayor. And I think it's the mayor and the CAO and one other. We do the deputations, and any of us can say no. Council would have to actually vote if they wanted to bring a deputation that we didn't feel fit our mandate, because we had quite a discussion on our procedure bylaw not very long ago. And one of the discussions was we don't take deputations on things that are out of our jurisdiction. There's no point. If you wanted to do a deputation on garbage here, we would say, no, you need to take that to county. It's not within our jurisdiction. We also don't take deputations that are against our policies, unless you want to change the policy, not come in and say, listen, I want money back on something if we already have a policy in place. So we don't take deputations that are against our policies and or not within our jurisdiction. And somebody coming to argue their bill is that we have a policy in place, so they have to follow the policy.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think part of the challenge, though, with this CW 13421 was this was a policy. And the reason why the motion is worded in the manner in which it was is because it's not a policy that can be found for the residents, because it was done in closed session. So I think it was a matter of transparency to create a policy, bring it brought out into open light. Correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Bell. I believe that's.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, that is exactly the point, is that I had requests to receive the policy from residents who wanted to understand why they could not dispute their bill. And then I could not provide the policy because the policy I didn't have. The CAO provided me the policy just a couple of weeks ago, which is when I learned that it's a closed session policy, which therefore means I can't describe how or when the policy came into being or what the reason was at the time that it was implemented. And so I simply want to, and that's why I'm saying we don't need to have discussion about whether they can or can't, residents can come in and have a deputation or not. That's not really the point. This is just a procedural matter. And if we want to have that policy, I think we can rescind what's been done and closed, and then put a motion on the floor to put that policy in open session. And then we have a way to hand a resident a policy and say, this is why you can't do a deputation, versus because your counselor's mean. Because I'm not really mean. And I would, it isn't a question of, do I want you to have the deputation? It's just, we need to have policies that are transparent so I can say to somebody, there's why.
Okay. Councillor Chu and then Councillor Snatch.
I don't think this has anything to do with transparency, but discretion. And clearly there's already a mechanism in place for this sort of thing. As a municipal water user myself, I am fully aware of the diligence involved in ensuring that there are no leaks. And this is the residents' responsibility. When my water meter was originally installed, the installer showed me how I can figure out if I have a leak by shutting off my water main and watching the meter to see if it was still moving. And then you figure out if it's a toilet or a tap or whatever. I also take pains to shut off my hose from inside my house and not just from the outside. For people not on municipal water, there's all kinds of work that you have to do to ensure that your water is properly shut off over the winter, like the mayor was saying, if you're not using it. And if something does go wrong, there's no safety net from taxpayers to bail you out. But I did look into this because, there are concerns if something like that does happen, it can be expensive. And if somebody wanted to prepare for it, there are companies like Service Line Warranties of Canada. We've seen them sometimes in the trade shows at the different conferences. I had insurance with them. And it's basically a private company that insures water and sewer lines. And it adds up to about $10 a month for both water and sewer. And that's whether it's municipal or private, because I'm municipal water, private septic. And it's, and it might help alleviate some of these worries just going forward. If you don't, like you said, if it's a jurisdictional thing that doesn't apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Snatch.
Thank you. A lot of the deputations that used to come in, they would come in a couple months after they got their quarterly bill. And so you could be talking going back 5 or 6 months. So this is basically just a statement. We are very close to finalizing where you can monitor your water usage 24 hours a day online if you want. So if you are worried that you have a running toilet or something like that, or you're down in Florida and you want to check in, then you can access it there. So I don't know, Zach, and if it would be appropriate for you to say when this is going to be available to the people.
Likely the fall of this year.
But it is in testing right now?
Yes, staff are currently testing it and kind of working out all the bugs on our end.
And will it be a every single water user in the township?
Yes, I believe so. It'll be, I think that was one of the issues working on the connections, for everybody.
Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So just again, to sum up, this is about procedure. I wasn't looking for a conversation about whether anybody can make a deputation. I'm just talking about procedure. So the policy we have is in closed session. I would like the policy to be open and transparent. And I wasn't wanting to have a conversation about whether we can have a deputation. I'm talking about procedure. So I just want to clarify that. But since y'all want to talk about whether you can have a deputation, typically the reason people are wanting to come in and do that is because they've had a water leak, and the water has not gone into the sanitary system, and they don't want to pay for water that didn't go into the sanitary system. So that's typically why they've come in. We have a number of people who have experienced this in Ward 5, and in some cases they had a deputation. In some cases they were not permitted to have the deputation. So and they may not have been permitted because their counselor said to them, you can't have a deputation because there's this policy. So I don't know how many more ways to say it. I'm not looking for a conversation on can you or can you not. I would just like to rescind a motion that was done in closed session and put a policy out there that's open and transparent that I can hand a resident and say, yes, you can, or no, you can't. That's it. I would like a policy. So we need to rescind the one that is restrictive in order to pass one that allows that transparency. And that's all I'm asking for, not a discussion on whether they can or not.
Okay, but your notice of motion actually says that.
Because the motion I have to rescind is saying that they cannot. So we need to start somewhere. So if you want me to modify the motion, I can do that too. But right now we've said to people, some can, some can't. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sometimes we were applying the policy, sometimes we were not applying the policy.
Okay.
So therefore we had no policy and we're not applying it fairly. We have to apply the policies to all the people the same way all the time. So either everybody can depute or nobody can depute, but either way, we have to have that policy. So right now it's a maybe you can, maybe you can't. So maybe we leave it, maybe we don't. If you want to, I can modify the motion to just rescind the original and then we can go from there.
Thank you. Councillor Snutch.
I think the easiest way to resolve this is I have no idea why 134-21 is in closed session. And I would suggest we put it on the next committee of the whole and just make it public. I don't know what the big secret is, if there was, and I don't even know if that is. I'm just going by what I'm hearing.
That was going to be my suggestion, that I can't support this the way it's written because I can't rescind a motion unless I know the meat of why it was passed. And there's probably addresses. It was probably after a deputation and council said, why are we getting these deputations? It's time to stop because we never released. So I would say the next committee of the whole, I guess that report would have to come in camera. And then it may be able to say, you know what, just remove this, remove that address, and bang, we throw it out and there it is. We no longer receive deputation. So I'm willing to do that and absolutely. But I can't pass the motion as directed because I can't rescind the motion unless I know exactly what I'm rescinding. And seeing the motion number doesn't give me the actual motion.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, so then because it's closed, I assume we have to put it on next closed session to rescind it and closed, right? So, and that's fine. I just want to make sure that we can come out and then build a policy that's public facing.
Yeah.
Sorry, we won't be building a policy. The policy's already in place. All we'd be doing is making it public.
Well, I don't know if the policy is in place, Councillor Schnutch, because if it had been, you wouldn't apply it sometimes and not apply it sometimes. So I would say the policy is not in place. So I mean, we have to rescind first, and then we look at what the policy is that we're trying to build, and then we apply it to everybody all the time.
Mayor Clark.
It is the same policy. You go to the Treasury Department, it's always the same. The only thing we passed is you can no longer do a deputation to council. And since this passed, there has not been a deputation to council so it's been constant. I want to make sure that's out there, but I have no trouble. We'll look at this motion. And if it's simply just a matter of removing addresses, I'm not sure. I'm getting the nod. We'll have to look at it.
There's a notice of motion on the floor, your worship. So this can't be amended or modified. So what the options are is to withdraw or defeat, and it can be placed on the next committee of the whole agenda for discussion in closed session. But then the motion would refer to the motion that was passed by council, that a policy be generated or whatever council wishes.
So, go
Yeah,
ahead,
so
Councillor
withdraw and then we'll bring it back under and bring the motion back in a closed session, if
Okay.
that makes sense. Yeah,
that
if
makes
that's
sense.
the way to do it at the next committee of the whole. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're fine with that as well? Okay, so that has been removed or withdrawn. Okay, 7.2, we'll get into the next one. Councillor Snutch, whereas Ramara current, before I even read it?
Because it's a notice and a motion, it needs a mover and a seconder to be presented to council. We've all heard the motion because it was on our agenda, but we do need a mover and a seconder on a notice of motion before it's tabled.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Tuya. Okay, it is whereas Ramara currently has one water user fee and one sewer user fee on municipal systems, and whereas similar to the fire departments, road department, and libraries, which have one fee structure for multiple municipal locations from which the services are delivered. And whereas there has been some confusion on who pays for what services, and whereas sewer and water is only available to the users and therefore paid for by the users and pay through the designated ratepayer budget. Now, therefore, be it resolved that council reaffirm that there will be no segregation and general taxpayers does not fund any ongoing or capital expense for sewer and water funding, with the exception of interest-free loans if necessary. Okay, open it up for discussion. We had the mover and seconder. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Snutch.
Wow, how do I summarize 6 months of conversation? Because I've been through it all before, but this has really gotten to the point where the residents are very upset. It's caused division, and I just want this to basically be over so we can move forward with other agendas. So I don't have anything to add to what is here at this point. I may later.
Councillor Tuya.
I do not think that the general taxpayer should be subsidizing municipal water and sewer users. Nobody in my ward has municipal water and wastewater services available to them. And when they have an emergency well or septic problem, the township does not step in to contribute to costs. I also do not think that water systems should be separated for the purpose of keeping bills manageable and consistent for all water users via economy of scale. When one system has a problem, all users pay towards its repair. The way the system is right now, including the rate increases, is fine and not a hardship for anyone on any of the systems. According to staff, based on their discussion with Aqua and Hempson, all their clients use a single rate. They do not know of any municipalities that use various rates. Even the city of Kawartha Lakes, which has multiple towns, villages, and regions, use a single rate.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I just want to ask Councillor Snutch, because it was asked earlier in the evening by one of the residents in your notice of motion, the words "if necessary," like how are we going to qualify that?
Well, I think what we have to do is, it's sort of an accounting term that if their account goes in the hole, then we lend them the money. When their account comes out of the hole, they pay us back, and whatever the interest is on that, that's what it is.
Excellent. Thank you. I was aware, just so that we can have the information out for the people in the room and online.
Okay. You good? Okay. Down here, Councillor Bell and then Councillor Goff.
I have a few different comments. First, through the chair to the CAO, please. The terminology here says reaffirm, and you can't reaffirm what you haven't affirmed in the first place. So I am not aware of a policy that says that we will never fund capital or operating. Capital expenditure is different than operating costs, just for starters. So is there a policy that says that we will never, ever fund the capital and operating costs related to municipal drinking and wastewater services?
Thank you. No, there's no written policy, but it's standard practice, not just for us as municipality, but other municipalities as well, that the water and sewer users are self-funded. Not every municipality practices that, but the majority of them do, and we've practiced that for quite some time.
That was just my question. And then, so a municipality that does not invest in its infrastructure is beyond my comprehension. So I'm going to start with a couple of things. The first thing to clarify is that at no point did anybody ask anybody to subsidize their monthly bills for drinking water or wastewater. The conversation has been around what are we doing to sustain our systems, and then what are we doing to be able to make the capital expenditures to upgrade the systems in order to expand the systems in order to put more users on the systems. From a person living in a house perspective, from a business owner perspective, at the moment I don't understand how we could possibly attract a business to the Township of Ramara when we don't have the ability to offer them municipal services. So there's a whole bunch of misinformation floating around. So I'm going to talk about a couple of those things. Number one, never did I say, or did anybody else say, that water meters would be installed on people's personal wells. I've received a number of those phone calls, and no, I never said that, and I did not advocate that. And
Excuse me,
I'm
Councillor
fairly
Bell.
confident
Councillor
that nobody
Bell,
else did
I'm sharing.
either.
No, 1 second. If we just keep to the content of this.
This is the content. We're talking
We're
about
talking
water
about
and
water
sewer.
meters on wells and rumors going around. I'd rather just stick to the content of this, just to keep it contained. Please.
Yeah, so, but we're talking about reaffirming something that we didn't affirm in the first place. So that's my first issue. You can't reaffirm what you haven't affirmed. The notion that a municipality would not invest in its infrastructure is mind blowing to me. I don't, there's all kinds of options, right? We have the option of using federal transfers from the Canada Community Building Fund, which formerly gas tax, yes.
Okay, this is not part of this
This is
notice of
part of
motion.
this because you talked about capital. You talked about capital expense right here in this motion.
We got to stay on track with what we're talking about. We're talking about this notice of motion.
I am talking about that, and it's asking that we never, ever, ever, ever put any money towards our drinking water and wastewater services. So that is exactly what I'm talking about. It's not a strategy that can win us anything. We don't keep our residents happy. We don't attract business. We don't protect Ramara for our families and our futures. So this is, I don't even understand the motion. I actually don't understand. How can there be a motion to reaffirm what you don't affirm? And how can you never invest in your infrastructure?
Okay, so you don't understand, or you don't think that the township invests in our infrastructure?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Councillor Goff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I had a discussion this morning with the mayor regarding the wording in this motion. I know a little while now we're having a deputation and with a petition, and I think it should be like preventive maintenance and operating costs instead of any ongoing or capital expenses, right? In that section, that's, I think, what it should be worded as operating and preventive maintenance, because that's under the, I believe, the Ontario regulations. We're not allowed to charge non-water and sewer users for those costs. My concern also was about grant money that could become available. And I don't want to see us not use available grant money to be able to put into infrastructure with water and sewer. We know we have the Ramara Road corridor that's going to be happening, and we might have to put some grant money in there to make that a reality. In order for us to grow, we can't be handcuffed by not being able to use any money, because it can be seen as that grant money is taxpayer money, right? So I don't want to handcuff our municipality moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Clark.
Any grant money wouldn't be coming from the general taxpayers of Ramara Township. It's a grant money come from the province of Ontario, coming from the federal government. So we would still be applying for grant monies. When I say we reaffirm, and we have invested in our infrastructure quite heavily, we brought sewers to Brecken, and yeah, the money was loaned interest-free by the general taxpayer and was paid back by the individual homes. It was a major investment. We ran it into the industrial park. It was paid back upon the sale of that land. So the users actually paid for it in the end. The general taxpayer did not fund that progress. So that has been our policy. This reaffirms that position that is our policy. And we did vote to combine all the water systems, and we are reaffirming that position that there'll be no segregation of the water systems. So that's what this motion is saying. So there is a policy. We are referring it. The beautiful part is if anybody wants to go back and find the motion, they only have to go back to 2024 and there it is.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So this motion says, and whereas there has been some confusion on who pays for these services, right? So I am going to talk about those things because there is no confusion. I know very well who pays my bills. I do. And I'm pretty sure that all of the consumers of municipal services know who pays the bills because they pay them too. So yes, there is room to talk about this metering of water wells or this claim that Lagoon City asked to have its bills subsidized. This has never been said by me or anybody else. What we were talking about is the Bayshore spray fields, which is a massive capital expenditure, which should not be being charged to one segment of the population. Those are capital expenditures that require a thoughtful consideration, and there are options. We have we have federal transfers, we have other kinds of grants we can apply for. We've never even considered private-public partnerships. We have corporations here. We could look at corporate social responsibility. We have received 3 Hemson reports since 2011, and since the 2011 to the 2023, we found ourselves unsustainable, the CAO's words. So something's not working right. So whatever we've done in the past, it's not working. So this whole motion is trying to bring, to me, the nail on the coffin, right? Final nail on the coffin. That's the end of potential that we can invest properly in our capital expenditures and improve our wastewater and our drinking water treatment and allow more people onto the system so that we can allow the opportunity to grow. What we're saying here today is, nah, we're not going to invest in our capital and we'll throw caution to the wind. That strategy, the kick the lunch can down the road strategy, we've been using it for years and it's not working. I won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you for your comments. I don't think it says that. I'd have to disagree, but it's for another time. I think that in this motion, we're just talking about how taxpayers aren't, all those options you brought up can still be done. So I don't see that as an issue. Councillor Teeter.
I just wanted to clear up something that another councillor mentioned about never saying that there was never any kind of subsidy requested by general taxpayers. You know, I have about 100 phone calls from residents who are scared to death that would indicate otherwise. You know, whether it's been said in this room or on social media, you know, that there's one that I've just done a direct copy and paste. Maybe the solution is step 1, have the people who use a particular system pay for their own system. This is coming from this other councillor. Step 2, for Bayshore sewage, either have Bayshore pay for its system or have all of Ramara, who voted to support the 13-year argument, pay for Bayshore, whatever Ramara's families think is fair. Step 3, for Davy Drive and Park Lane, either have each one pay for itself or have all of Ramara subsidize them, whatever Ramara's families think is fair. So it's pretty shameful, actually, what these words have done to our Ramara residents.
Okay. I think at this point, we need to stay on track with what we're on this here motion. So Councillor Snatch, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that later on in the agenda too, there is a petition with 13 or 1400. I can't remember exactly, people who believe in this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Councillor Tuyu, respectfully, you stated a few minutes ago that nobody has a problem with their bill. That's not correct. A lot of people have a problem with their bill. A lot of people on fixed income are very concerned about the rising costs of water, and they are not pleased about the 8% per annum that they're facing right now. So to cavalierly say that people aren't concerned about their bills, you don't know what other people can afford or not. So you don't, that's not the kind of statement that you can make. There are people who are concerned about the bills. And yes, I did say that either Bayshore pays for it or the rest of us pay for it together. And the entire township voted for the Bayshore spray fields to sit unattended from 2010 until 2023. So 13 years
okay,
of,
we're gonna
of
stop.
Waiting, then there's going to need to be a solution. Councillor Tuyu addressed it.
I understand
so
that, but
I'm
now
just
we're
gonna
going down
speak to
another
it.
road too. So I think that we need to stay on track with this at this point. Okay. So at this point, I think that we've had all of our, Councillor Goff.
Sorry, just one more comment, just wondering about the change in wording.
We can't change it. We can't amend it. It has to be voted on or
No, if
defeated,
there's
withdrawn. or
any
defeated.
changes to be made, it'll have to be a new notice of motion.
Okay.
Okay. I am asking now if anybody is requesting a recorded vote.
Absolutely.
Councillor Snutch has asked for. Councillor Snutch and Councillor Bell have both requested a recorded vote.
Counselor Snutch. Yay or nay?
I'm in support of the motion.
Counselor Bell,
Absolutely not.
Deputy Mayor Bell,
I support this motion.
Mayor Clark,
In favor.
Counselor Fisher,
In favor?
Counselor Goff,
In favor.
Counselor Tuyu.
In favor.
That motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the public meeting. How about we take a 10-minute break? Come back at 8:12. Just give everybody a chance to go to the bathroom. We've been here since 6, so some people have to go to the bathroom. Okay,
Well, no, because it's.
we're back live, folks. If we'll carry on with the meeting here. So public meetings, we have 8.1. Public meeting report 285. Sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll get our clerk to do attendance, please.
Thank you. I can confirm that I have all of council present.
Thank you. 8.1, public meeting report, 2851 Concession Road 7, temporary zoning bylaw amendment to permit the establishment of a garden suite. Recommendation that council receive report BP 19-24 dated May 27th, 2024 regarding the temporary use zoning bylaw amendment file Z-2/24, and that subject to any comment received at the public meeting, the zoning bylaw amendment as written be forwarded to the Director of Building and Planning for approval. So I put that on the floor for me. Councillor Fisher, seconded by Mayor Clark. All right, I'll open it up for discussion. Oh.
No, it'll be one of the printed papers.
This guy here. All right. So as under the Planning Act pursuant to council policy, council is holding a public meeting to deal with one planning proposal. And then right to you. The clerk will now advise the manner of giving notice and give an explanation. This part here? Okay. All right. All right. One, zoning bylaw amendment file Z-2/24 2851 Concession Road 7. Please be advised that if a person or public body files an appeal of decision of the Ramara Township Council in respect to a proposed zoning bylaw amendment application, but does not make the oral submissions at a public meeting or makes written submissions to the Ramara Township Council before the proposed amendments are adopted, the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, may dismiss all or part of the appeal. The purpose of this meeting is to inform and provide the public and members of council with an opportunity to ask questions and express views with respect to the proposal. Council will consider comments and submissions received, and staff will work in an attempt to resolve any concerns. Staff from the planning department are present and will be writing down your comments. The clerk will now advise the manner of giving notice and give an explanation of the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Notice that this public meeting and complete application for zoning bylaw amendment file Z-2/24 was sent to all appropriate property owners and agencies on April 30th, 2024, and a sign was posted on the property in accordance with the provincial regulations. No written concerns were received with respect to the proposed from any residents or property owners. The Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority provided comments with no objection. The County of Simcoe provided comments with no objection, provided the township is satisfied that adequate water and sewage treatment facilities could be established. The amendment will have the effect of allowing for the temporary establishment of a garden suite on the property for a maximum of 20 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Jennifer Strong, Township Planner, will provide the background of the planning process to date.
Good evening, everyone. Perfect. So this evening we are having the public meeting for zoning bylaw amendment file Z-2/24. The purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment is to permit the temporary establishment of a garden suite on the property for up to 20 years. There's also an increase in the gross floor area of the garden suite to 141 square meters, and currently the zoning bylaw permits 92.9. There's also provision for the garden suite to be placed closer to the street line than the existing house to side road 15. The application was received on March 26th of this year, was deemed complete on April 22nd, and the notice of complete application and public meeting was issued on April 30th. This notice was circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property, the appropriate agencies, and a sign was posted on the property. On the screen here is an image showing the location of the property, the closest intersection being Side Road 15 and Concession Road 7, just west of Highway 12. The aerial image, which I will have one that's a little bit better on the next one, shows the actual property here. Currently, the property fronts on Concession Road 7 and has an access off of the unopened portion of Side Road 15 through agreement with the municipality. The property is zoned and designated agriculture, which permits the establishment of a garden suite through a temporary zoning bylaw amendment. The application was tested against all provincial policy and it meets the requirements or does not offend all the PPS, the growth plan, Lake Simcoe protection plan, County of Simcoe official plan, Township of Ramara official plan, and Township of Ramara zoning bylaw. The Planning Act allows for the placement of a garden suite for up to 20 years by temporary zoning bylaw amendment. The image up on the screen shows the purple dot of the approximate location. The building is intended to be serviced by the existing well. A new septic system can be accommodated on the property for the garden suite if the existing system can't accommodate the additional flows. And there is also sufficient space on the property for an additional well if required. The zoning bylaw as written will require a 30-meter setback from the regulated floodplain, which is the yellow piece shown on the screen. This is the Conservation Authority OREG 4124, which is their new regulation, showing that location of that floodplain. A minimum distance separation calculation was done to confirm that the placement does not negatively impact any surrounding agricultural operations. The increase in size can be supported. The amount will allow for a 1,571 square foot bungalow, which is a modular home placed on a foundation on the property. Currently, the zoning bylaw allows for 1,000 square feet. We have had, I think most of the garden suites that I can remember have asked for an increase in size. Once you sort of make the dwelling large enough with accessible hallways and those types of things, you just naturally need to have the additional space. The biggest part in the Planning Act is just to make sure that it is of modular construction because it's temporary and it needs to leave in 20 years. And the floor plan that they have in the permit will confirm that it is such. The proposed location is closer to the unopened portion of Side Road 15 than the main dwelling. Accessory buildings are not supposed to be closer to the street than the main house. Because this is a corner lot and putting the garden suite to the west of the house would actually impact the agricultural viability of the property. It can be supported being placed where it's proposed. The zoning bylaw amendment is drafted to require a 70-meter setback from the unopened portion of Side Road 15. Comments received from circulation. The County of Simcoe provided comments with no concern as long as the township is satisfied with the servicing, which the site can accommodate the additional dwelling. The Conservation Authority also had no concerns and noted that any building within the regulated area on the property would be subject to a permit through the conservation. Fire Department, Infrastructure Department, and Building Department all cited no concerns. So the next steps would be subject to any comments received at today's public meeting. The amendment will be forwarded to the Director of Building and Planning as per the Delegation of Authority Bylaw 2024.16. This will be the first amendment that we have that is delegated to the Director. Council will recall that the bylaw delegates approval of temporary zoning amendments so long as it meets the following 3 criteria. There's no official plan amendment required. There's no draft plan of subdivision required. And any concerns raised by the public or agencies are resolved prior to the passing of the amendment. Once approved without appeal, an agreement will be entered into regarding the establishment, maintenance, and eventual removal of the unit. Then the owners can obtain their building permit. So I'm open to any questions, and Marilyn is also present, the property owner as well.
Okay, the public will now have an opportunity to speak. When providing your comments, please ensure you state your full name and address for the record. Anybody like to come up and speak? Okay, Ken.
Ken Ciardo, 4478 Orkney Heights in Ramara. I don't have a position for or against. My question is about how does this project and these kind of projects benefit Ramara financially? Township spending money, do they recover all the money that they make or that they put out, or fees and whatever permits? Is there a net profit for all this? And if not, why not?
Wally, would you like to make a comment?
We do have fees to cover costs, but we're not allowed to make profit on any of our fees. So our planning department and our building departments do have a fee structure that covers the majority of the cost of the departments and based on the anticipated number of applications that we have.
And so, but I guess Ramara has a system they are tracking all their costs and they can do an analysis after the fact to see, I guess, maybe our fees are too low, they need to be increased, but there is some kind of tracking of all the dollars spent. The township has an accounting system that I would imagine based on this file number. It tracks that, and then there is an analysis.
We do look at our actual costs from the previous year, usually mid to late summer when we start preparing for the next budget year, and then look at our anticipated costs and then adjust things accordingly.
Okay. When this structure goes on a property, will that property now contribute more property tax every year? Is there some kind of benefit? Is it, I don't know, $500, $1,000 more a year? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I can defer this question to the Director of Finance and Treasurer.
So we don't define that. What happens if when somebody adds a structure to a property, then if it's accessible from impact increase the assessment and therefore the taxes is taxed. It's a percentage on the assessment, but we can speak to that because it's not our part. It's impact.
It's impact, but
yeah,
that is something that happens. Like, I guess at some point, this process gets greenlit. It happens, it gets built. At some point, a letter goes to impact to say there is a new structure on this property. The ball is now in your court. Does impact have a year, half a year to do something, or?
so every time there's a building permit issued, it goes to impact. So that's their trigger action to look into that property. Impact has 3 years to add the additional assessment. So technically it's 2 year plus the current year. And that's how it's added to the assessment roll and therefore added to taxes.
Okay. That's all I have to ask. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Richard?
I just have one comment. Once the building permit's issued, impact will be out within a week.
Good. All right. Thanks for that. Nothing else? Okay. Okay, we're going to open it up for council. Any comments? Okay. If any person who has not received notice of this meeting wishes to receive notice of the passing of this of the bylaw, please forward your address and phone number by email to the Township Planning Department at planning@ramara.ca or complete the sign-in sheet at the door. If you do not provide your full address, you may not receive notice. This concludes the public meeting, and any comments from the public or council, if noted, will now be considered before making the decision on this matter. Okay. Now we got to go to the recommendation that council receive report BP 19-24 dated May 27, 2024 regarding the temporary use zoning bylaw file Z-2/24, and that subject to any comments received at the public meeting, the zoning bylaw amendment as written be forwarded to the Director of Building and Planning. Somebody put that on the floor. Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. 8.2, public meeting. Okay, area specific development charges report, Hemson. I don't have a spiel. Do we have a deputation on that one? Okay. Go ahead, can you hear us?
I can, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, good evening, Chair and members of council. My name is Andrew Marabello from Hemson Consulting. The purpose of today's meeting is a statutory public meeting being held under Section 12 of the Development Charges Act with the intention of seeking any public input on the draft background study and proposed bylaws for the area-specific DCs that we're going to be talking about today. I'm just going to share my screen. Oh, all right. Someone has shared it for me. Thank you. So if we want to go to the next slide. Just a couple things that we're going to be discussing today. I'll go through some the background and the study process. We'll talk a little bit about the legislative changes, as there's been some additional changes since we did the council information session on this topic a few weeks ago. The development forecast, we'll go through the capital program, and then as well as the calculated area specific rates. And we'll go through kind of a cap off with a rate comparison and next steps. So just as I mentioned, the primary purposes today is to provide opportunity to make representation from anyone in the public on the proposed development charge background study and ASTC bylaw. The public meeting is required under the Development Charges Act. Both the background study and bylaws were made publicly available prior to this meeting, and also sufficient notice of that meeting was also provided through the township's channels there. Go to the next slide. Joe, just to kind of go over what development charges are for some who may not know. We did the council information session, as I mentioned a little bit ago, but just to refresh everyone's memory, there are charges imposed on development to pay for only growth-related capital costs for expanding municipal services and infrastructure to accommodate new development. The principle behind development charges is growth pays for growth. Development charges, as I mentioned, are our growth tool. Oh, no, we're still good on the next slide. Yeah, thank you. Our growth tool. And with that, there's been some changes to the Development Charges Act over the last little bit. And just to provide everyone a bit of an overview again, so there's affordable and attainable housing, which are now going to be exempt from the payment of DCs. Affordable housing is anticipated to come into force now on June 1st, according to the minister's most recent comments. Attainable housing is still not yet enforced, and we don't have any timelines around that. The additional units in existing rental housing is going to be exempt from the payment of DCs. Residential intensification of new and existing units will be exempt from the payment of DCs. Nonprofit housing, as defined by the legislation, is now exempt. And with the discount side of things, what you see on the last two bullet points there, we have rental housing will also be discounted from the payment of DCs. And based on the number of bedrooms, there's a tiered threshold. The more bedrooms, the higher the discount, upwards of 25% for 3 bedrooms plus, and 15% for 1 bedrooms or less. I'll put a note on the last bullet that fully calculated rates must be phased in over 5 years. This was the part of the Bill 23 requirement, which the maximum permissible rate would have to be phased in over a 5-year period. So in year 1, you can only impose 80% of the maximum permissible rate, and then phasing up to 100%. If we go to the next slide, I put that note in there because a few weeks ago, there was new legislation that got tabled for Bill 185. It's not in force yet. It's on, it had first reading, and then I think it's moved to now to second reading, but it's the cutting more tape to build homes, or kind of red tape. And it removes that statutory 5-year phase-in that we just talked about. So it kind of reverses some of the legislative changes imposed by Bill 23. And it re-added in studies as a DC eligible cost. There's a proposal to reduce the frozen DC rate period from 2 years to 18 months. Then it allows some updated notice requirements for digital options as opposed to physical newspapers. And the ability to extend your life for your DC bylaw from 5 years to 10 years has also been made. So this is a very positive step forward for the municipal sector, particularly with the proposed removal of the statutory 5-year phase-in, which would mean that those costs that are growth related can be continued to be funded to the extent allowed for under the Act by those who are benefiting from the service, and not forced to do tax base or the utility rates to pay for that infrastructure in the short term. So the township does have a couple area-specific DCs in place. You have area-specific development charges for the Brecken Lagoon City area and Bayshore Village, which is levied on new development to pay for water and sewer infrastructure. Those bylaws have been in place for some time, and that they will expire on August 27, 2024. So we need to make sure that new bylaws are enacted before that date to continue collecting DCs. There is a proposal for a new area-specific DC for the Ramara Road area, again, to recover for water and sewer infrastructure, recognizing that, you know, as the municipality continues to plan for and update their capital program, and if any of those costs change or you get successful in grant funding, you could have the ability to open up and relook at your DCs and update the background study accordingly. But the primary objective here is to repeal and replace your existing ASTC bylaws for the Brecon Lagoon City and Bayshore Village as those exist, and introduce a new bylaw for Ramara Road. There's a pretty prescriptive process that we have to follow when we calculate the DC. We look at the amount, type, and location of development. We look at the capital requirements needed to facilitate that growth. We have to make a series of adjustments to the capital program to account for any funding that's going to come in that's not related or can be attributable specifically to development, or if there's been an example of DC reserves that have been collected, or the projects might benefit development over a longer period. We have to take those into consideration in the calculation. The remaining cost is what we see as eligible for DC recovery, and the charges are delineated between your residential and your non-residential sector. Residentially, the charges are on a per unit basis. Non-residentially, it's usually on a per square foot or a per square meter basis of gross floor area. So I'll go through some of the specifics of the development forecast. And again, we went through this on the council information session. We have forecasts attributable to the different areas for Brecon Lagoon City, Bayshore Village, as well as the Ramara Road area. And there's some different timing horizons in terms of when we have the benefiting infrastructure. We have the allocations of people and square meters of non-residential building space for each of them, 3,500 persons for Brecon Lagoon City, 42,000 square meters non-residential building space, a different servicing allocation for water. And then we kind of moving down to the Ramara Road one, about 7,000 people in that particular service area build out, with about 57,000 square meters of non-residential building space. And those were based on some of the discussions with staff in terms of what might be anticipated in those areas, recognizing that, again, as the information kind of unfolds over the next little bit, you certainly would be inclined to update your background study to capture the true costs and updated forecast for the planning period. We go to the next slide. We'll just start to go through some of the capital programs, and the way the background study works is you'll have the capital projects for both water and sewer. You'll have the gross cost of the programs. Then we'll have all the different cost adjustment factors that we have to make to the starting point. So we have about a $70 million program for water and sewer in Brecon and Lagoon City over the build-out period. But the cost that's important from a background study perspective is the last one, which is the in-period recoverable share. It's about $31 million. That's what gets rolled into the calculation of the rate for the purposes of calculating the DC, which is required in order to facilitate the development on the previous slides. If we go to the next slide, we can summarize the Bayshore Village costs. We have a total gross program of about closer to $10 million. After we take into consideration all the adjustments, the DC, the growth related provision or component of that service is about $470,000, which is what's incorporated and calculated in the DC rate itself. And then the last one is the Ramara Road, which is the new area specific DC, which would capture the phase 1 through 3 of the water and sewer infrastructure requirements. There's a total gross cost of about $275 million in order to facilitate that work. And this is a largely growth related initiative. So $260 million of that is considered to be DC eligible and in period and recoverable through the development forecast that's identified. Those costs, and we've allocated and calculated the DC with the financing costs associated with it. Again, at this point, there's no grants or subsidies that are confirmed for that particular project, but certainly as the township continues to look for funding alternatives or grant funding, that would also help reduce the capital cost. But this is, again, ideally recovered through the growth related infrastructure and the growth DC component of this. Go to the next slide. We'll show you what those mean in terms of the calculated DCs themselves. So the calculated charges for Brecken and Lagoon City for a single detached unit is about $19,000. The current charge is about $18,100. So about a 5.5% increase on the rate that's currently imposed. On the non-residential side, we're seeing a bit more of an uptick. About $113 per square meter is calculated relative to the current charge of $74.34 that's in place. I will note that the current legislation, as I mentioned, requires that the fully calculated rates DC be phased in over a 5-year period. We haven't shown that as there's anticipation that that is going to be removed as it's currently under review. But pending on the timing of the bylaw and if it gets in place prior to any formal changes to the legislation, the township would be required to adhere to the current form of the legislation itself. And as that changes, even after the bylaw is passed, we would expect that you would amend to the more recent form of the legislation, which is to remove the phase-in if that's what the province opts to do in the coming weeks. If we go to the next slide, thank you. It's just the calculated versus current charges in Bayshore Village. The calculated rate here is $29,800 relative to the current charge is $7,200, which we're seeing more upward pressure on the sewer component of the rate in Bayshore Village. And then the last one is the calculated development charges for Ramara Road. Recognizing the more substantial capital infrastructure needs that we saw, the total development charge is calculated at $84,600 for a single and semi-detached dwelling unit. And then the charges are based on the occupancy patterns within. So a semi-detached dwelling unit would pay $69,000 almost, and about $65,000 roughly per apartment unit. The non-residential charge per square meter is $344.23 a square meter. This would be the rate that's based on the new ASDC that would come into force. This would be a new bylaw for that specific area in the township. So this was just a rate comparison that we had in here. I can talk while it gets put onto the proper pane. But generally speaking, we looked at the residential rates for a single and semi-detached dwelling unit. The calculated rates are in gold arrows, and the current rates are in the green arrow. And we see that certainly for the rates in the Township of Ramara, when you add in the upper tier charges, which would be Simcoe County, as well as the lower tier charges in your municipality, you would put yourselves, particularly for the Ramara Road area specific, towards the higher end of the charge of what one would pay for developing in that area. Your Bayshore Village and your Brecken Lagoon City rates kind of continue to fall more in the middle of the pack relative to other communities. Recognizing that some of those communities on that list are kind of the Simcoe communities with faster growth rates, but it is recognizing that this is the infrastructure needs and the capital needs of servicing growth in each of the different municipalities. And that's the one caveat that we need to put to this. These are the DCs that are put in place at different times, and particularly right now with a lot of municipalities in either an update process in place, or with the phase-ins that municipalities have imposed. There's a bit of a difference in the timing of when these rates are enforced, but these are the current rates that are as part of their pamphlets, and recognizing they might change over the next year or so as municipalities update their bylaws. I think the next slide would go to the non-residential rate comparison. The current charges and the calculated charges for Brecken Lagoon City again fall in the middle of the pack of other communities that are on the list, with your Ramara Road rates being toward the higher end of communities on that list relative to the infrastructure needs. And that would be only applicable to development, again, imposed in that particular service area. So just to kind of cap off with some next steps here, we had the council information session in February of this year. we proceeded to draft the background study, and those were made public over in the March time period. The idea today was the statutory public meeting with the intention that the bylaws be brought forward for council approval in June, towards the end of June, on the 23rd of this year, which would be in advance of your existing bylaws expiring, particularly for Brecken, Lagoon City, and Bayshore Village. Or Rammer Road would be a new bylaw that would be imposed, which would, all the bylaws would have a shelf life now of 10 years, but you have the opportunity to amend or adjust earlier with a formal process should that be required if the capital or the development changes. I think that kind of concludes my presentation. There might have just been a question slide next. So I'll be happy to take any questions from anyone has any comments from council or the public.
Well, I would look for clarification on the. I think it's a public meeting, so it should go to people like.
I'm just looking for a clarification from our clerk. Should it go to the people to speak first and ask questions?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll open it up to the public. If you'd like to ask a question, please come up and use the mic, state your name and your address.
John Paul Goche, 51 Laguna Parkway, unit number 18, in Brecken. My question is, given the provincial new requirements that the affordable housing be exempt from fees, what is the impact to the township on if a developer comes in and says, I want to build 400 units in Ramara Township for affordable housing, which would be wonderful, but considering the impact that we are not collecting development fees, and we would definitely have to put in infrastructure for the development to take place. Is there an opportunity to go back to the province to solicit funds based upon the fact that we are allowing affordable housing within the township of Ramara?
Great question.
So through the chair, that's an excellent question. So generally the affordable housing would be exempt from the payment of DCs, but they do have to qualify under the provincial's affordable housing thresholds, which were just provided maybe a week or two ago. So it's still pretty new. It will go into force, but it would be revenue that you would not be able to collect DCs on, and certainly would advocate to the province as part of any grant funding to suggest that obviously there's a gap in terms of your revenue collections. And the province has been forthcoming on, at least in the introductions of new grant streams, such as the water systems grant, to help kind of build infrastructure and get shovels in the ground. But it would be a lost revenue for sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Ed Ciardo again, 4478 Orkney Heights. I had a difficult time understanding that. So I don't know if this gentleman at his end can do something that would be appreciated.
Did you have a specific question, Ken?
Yeah.
Okay.
Page 53 of your report. If you could bring that up, please. Page 53.
I only have 19 pages, 18 pages.
Oh, in the agenda package, I believe.
Do you know what it was referring to help us?
What did they call it? It's about the build out and persons development forecast. There we go.
So that'd be page 8.
Page 8. That's the one. I know whenever I come to these meetings, there's always some kind of divergence of how many accounts, how many this. So this is talking about persons. Is there a ratio? How do you convert persons to lots or permits, which is how things get built out? Is there is it four person family, 3 person family?
Yeah, so through the chair, that's an excellent question. So the projections on the number of people, and then for the purposes of determining the charge, then they get determined based on a household basis, and it's based on the occupancy patterns of each of the units. So there's persons per unit factor for each of them. So it would be 2.5 persons per household for a single detached dwelling unit, for example.
2.5. Okay.
It's the rounded number, but yes.
For a house, yes.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know, are we building anything but houses in Ramara?
Well, there's single detached dwelling units, there's townhouses, and then there's apartments. So there's different types of houses. So the 2.5 is for single detached dwelling units.
Okay, and an explanation of the term built out. Is that total capacity today? So if we had 4,000 people, we would have to build or expand something. Is that what build out means?
Correct. Through the chair, it would be in recognition of the infrastructure capacity, the infrastructure servicing capacity, which is what the build out is referring to. And the timeline obviously is relative to when the development occurs.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, any other questions? Nope. Okay, I'll open it up to council. Not seeing any questions here. Oh, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Actually, you know what? No, it's okay. I'll hold it.
If you change mine before we vote, go ahead and ask a question. Okay. Oh, Mayor.
Just on that same page that Ken Zardo was on, yeah, our build out. So you're saying we can have an additional 3,500 for sewer in the Brecken Lagoon City, but only 1,600 for water, correct? Like that's additional persons, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Goff.
So after 2024 to 2051 for water servicing, it's 1,600.
Councillor Bell. Go ahead.
I do have a comment, I guess, which is it depends which report you read and who's providing it, how many persons per, right? So when you look at the annual water and sewer, wastewater and drinking water studies, they will use 2.0 for some neighborhoods, 2.4 for some neighborhoods, that kind of thing. So, but then when you look at StatsCan numbers, they might be done differently or whatever. So I know everybody wants to search for what's the right number of people and what's the right number of connections. It's hard to say, it's hard to compare one to the other because everybody's giving you a different number. So when you might hear me say, you know, there's 44% of the population is using drinking water. I'm basing that on the annual drinking water reports. So I looked at the 2023, I can say it's 44%. But if I go look at a different study, it might not be the same number. So I guess that's what I want. My comment is just, it's hard to be definitive when all the consultants aren't necessarily using the same numbers. So.
Great point. Okay. All right, I'm going to read the recommendation. The council received the area-specific development charges presentation from Hemson, and that subject to any public comments being received at the public meeting, bylaw be returned to the next council meeting for implementation. Okay, Councillor Goff and Councillor Fisher, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, we're on to number 9. We're going to get into petitions and deputations. We'll start off with the 9.1 Simcoe Sports Dome proposal. Mike Winnicott. Is he online? Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Just going to start my video here. There we go. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for having me, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors. I know it's been a long evening for you, working away. So I'll try to keep this brief and short to get to the point. I don't know if Jacob, do you want me to share my slides here, Jacob? Can you load them? Thank you. So I represent a community group in the area, Simcoe County area, that saw a need for recreation for youth and training for other athletes at a higher level in our community. This community entails anywhere from south end of Barrie all the way to Midland, Penetang, Aurelia, Ramara, Ormondonte, Severn, up to Muskoka and so on. So this area lacks the facilities needed to offer youth a place to train and to do economical sports that's feasible to all groups. Next slide. So we've been looking at different areas to develop a sports dome in partnership with community members and community municipalities. We've been researching various communities around this area, have spoken to a few different townships and cities, and we're just putting our information together and going to select a location to erect a sports dome for our community. Next slide, please. So just to give a recap, I know your community is talking about a sports dome at the Rama Recreation Center. I just wanted to give the opportunity to speak to council and to the residents to propose some type of partnership, same as we did in other municipalities. And then once we have all of our information, we're going to make a decision on where to build this future facility. The facility we're looking at is 88,000 square foot dome. Which will include one full-size FIFA-size soccer field, which can be divided up into 3 smaller fields. So we can have 3 games played at the same time. Activities in a sports dome range from sporting events to commercial events to corporate events, all different kinds of areas. In that dome also will be, next slide, will be hard court surfaces as well as a recreation area. So background for myself, we created two streams. One is our Simcoe Sports Dome Incorporated. This is privately operated sports facility management team. This will manage and maintain any sports facility that we operate. They'll run the daily operations and make sure it is feasible long-term, economically and sustainable into the future. The other side is our Simcoe Sports Dome Community Foundation. This is a not-for-profit organization by a volunteer community board for members of various communities that's made up of this group that will oversee and sort of dictate the future of this project to make it a community project. Next slide, please. So really in surrounding areas, a growing community. There's no indoor facility for kids and adults of all ages. There's all kinds of opportunity there for activities during the day and the evening, weekends. That's not weather and climate, meaning, for instance, today, all the sports outside were canceled due to weather. So that doesn't become a problem, especially over winter training. So for our teams to be competitive around the province, we need year-round training facility, and we don't get that here in our community. So we're already behind when a season starts in the spring or summer. And then addition is getting youth out and adults out in the winter months to be active. We know obesity is a problem in our society, and we want our community to be active and healthy. That's a strain on our health system. So anything we can do to get them out and active would be great. Next slide, please. If you look at the cost of a young person to play hockey in Simcoe County, between registration, equipment per child, you're around $1,000 to $1,200, which is a very economical strain on most families in our community. And if you have more than one child, it's even more difficult. And that's just for the child to get out once or twice a week to get active, especially in the winter months. If we had a dome, we'd be running regular programs, for instance, soccer program for all youth, and the cost would be about $190 for a session for a season. So that would be a 4-month session. So this is much more feasible to the residents in the area to get their kids active, especially during the winter months. Next slide, please. This particular proposal, it's an air supported structure, the dome. I don't know if you've done much research on them. They're built in Ontario, so they're built for the weather, state of the art technology. The one we're looking at is about 88,000 square feet, 3 soccer fields, or 1 full size FIFA field. So a professional soccer team or 2 baseball diamonds could play on it. It's an artificial turf. And then the 2 hardcourt surfaces that could be used for basketball, volleyball, tennis, pickleball, whatever you see fit on there. In addition to that would be a building, so to speak, where it has change rooms, washroom, showers, an area for community meeting rooms, party rooms, a snack area, etc. In order for the maintain. A lot of the questions we got from the community when we were doing our surveys was, that's great. This is an awesome facility for my children to go and play and have a great time, but I have to take them there and I got to sit there for hours and hours and hours. What's there to do for me? And that's where we'd implement some kind of concession area where they can, a lounge where they can sit and relax as parents, have something to eat or drink, and watch their kids play the sport via monitor or in person, and then parking. Next slide, please. Multi-surface courts, I explained that, is you got your artificial turf, then you got your hard courts. Next slide. This is just a look of the blueprint of how the field is divided up, and with the hard courts on the right side and the 3 soccer fields that open up to 1 big field. Next slide, please. And again, just the same as structure. A dome structure, it will be 75 feet high in the middle. So it's quite tall structure. It's all supported by air. And it could be utilized for daytime use for golf, driving range, or driving golf lessons, or whatever the case may be, because it's such a large facility. Next slide, please. Again, there's just a rendering of what the courts will look like and the surfaces. Next slide, please. If you haven't seen the dome, it's just, again, it's a structure. It's supported by hot air. It's got a backup generator backup. And like I said, they're made in Ontario, so they sustain our weather conditions with just some kind of field houses attached to it to enter into the building. It's all airlocked. And if there is a leak or a door open, it's not automatic that the whole place deflates. It takes hours for it to come down. Next slide, please. This is the inside of a more of a modern, all energy efficient LED lights, sun roofs, so to speak, in the middle. So it's natural light coming in for the environment, save on hydro, and make it a little more natural looking. Next slide, please. Same idea, multiple of activities going on at once. Most municipalities or locations that have these domes isn't a matter of can we fill it, it's a matter of can we find enough time for our community groups to use it. Next slide, please. Again, just to look at the size of it, could be used for corporate events, conferences, music festivals, whatever you want. It's available out there. I've had a lot of inquiries from drone training to get your drone license. It has to be in a controlled environment, but it has to be big enough and able to operate the drone. So it was ideal for them to do this type of training in there. OPP is requesting large event space all the time for graduations and multiple of other things. Next slide, please. Hardcore surfaces, again, we all know what hardcore surfaces are for basketball, volleyball, pickleball, tennis, so you can do all kinds of different activities on there. Next slide, please. This is just a rendering of a field house built just to sustain the coming and goings of the participants there. Next slide, please. Again, just another rendering. Next slide. This location that we're proposing, I understand that it is a feasible location, has plenty of space between building and the dome itself and parking. It's about 5 acres needed. What we're going to propose for Ramara Township, if we're in that area, is somehow connecting it to the current building in order to use the current facility there, and parking already established. Might need additional parking, but the space we required is at that location, which is on the outskirts of sort of central located between the other municipalities. Next slide, please. Again, easy access from Highway 12. It has its own entrance and it's sustainable for a long time there at that location. Next slide, please. Again, it's adjacent to Aurelia and other communities that it wouldn't be too far of a trek for those residents to use that facility. Next slide, please. So the different locations where we've been looking at, Ramara Township has a good location on Highway 12 access, lots of space, infrastructure in place with the current building. City of Aurelia is one of the possible points, accessible by public transit, populated area, and great location, infrastructure in place, good community partners. Severn Township is also interested with a good location off highway access, lots of space for growth, township endorsed. So there's viable areas that we have to look at and consider all proposals. Next slide, please. So dome users are based on similar sized domes. About 250,000 visitors a year go through a dome in that size. So it creates a lot of usage in that area. Target users will be from Aurelia, Severn, Ormondonte, and Penetang, Gravenhurst, Ramara, Barrie, Midland, Bracebridge, all over Simcoe County. Simcoe Sports Dome will assist in generating millions of dollars to the economy with league play, tournaments, out-of-town users, etc. Next slide, please. So why now? The YMCA closed in 2020, leaving a huge void in recreations. Simcoe County is 28% over capacity in its schools and relies on other recreation areas to keep our youth active. Aurelia and surrounding areas population has grown twice as fast as the rest of Ontario over the past 5 years, projected over 45% in the next 25 years. Statistics released by U-Haul International shows that Barrie and Aurelia area are the top 5 most moved places from 2020 to now. Next slide, please. Aurelia's multi-MRF, the new recreation facility in Aurelia is at capacity. Its usage is overflowing and there's not enough space. I belong to a lot of community sports organizations and we have a hard time finding space to use gyms or training facilities, becoming the increasing outweighing availability to use these areas. User fees are increasing as the population and the demand is for it is increasing. Next slide, please. So these are just some of the programs we can run: soccer, football, baseball, tennis, basketball, volleyball, golf. There's all kinds of opportunities there. Next slide, please. Advertising can happen. You're on Highway 12, which is the main road there. Appropriate advertising. It's the largest billboard you'll see on the side of a dome of advertisement. A lot of corporations and companies are starting to advertise in different recreation facilities. Next slide, please. March break, day, summer camps, it's endless, the opportunities. Next slide, please. I'll keep us rolling here. Capital cost. So of course, a project this size has a significant price tag. We're in around the $6 million mark to properly go through the facility. If you look on line 123, it's a $1 million. This is part of the hiccup in some communities. It's a $1 million development charge because it's based on square footage, and the square footage of the dome is a large amount. So that's a big hit off the bat, is $1 million development fee as we move forward into that budget. Next slide, please. So some hurdles we've come across that we're looking at is our community privately financing $6 to $7 million project. Development fees and costs are enormous in a project like this. Location, we want to pick the ideal location to best suit the residents of the area. Capital investment in our community. There's a model done by the Township of Whitby where the Township of Whitby donated the land to the Whitby Soccer Club and then gave them a loan to build the facility of the dome. And then they paid that back and built another one, looking at another one, all in that area. So the usage is there. And there's different ways of approaching that. Next slide, please. So our ask from Ramara is no cost to the residents. Simcoe Sports Dome will cover all costs associated with the capital expenditure as well as the ongoing maintenance and operation cost of the facility. What we'll be asking for is the land usage at a nominal fee over a long time period. The dome and the AstroTurf itself has a expiry life. So we want to at least get through 2 lifespans of those facilities in order to make it feasible. So in addition to that, we'd like to ask to utilize the possibility of the current building on site to cut our expense down on the creation of a field house, to integrate that into the current facilities that's already there. And as I stated before, the Township of Whipping model had a similar idea where the township was in partnership with a community group and at no cost to the taxpayers. Next slide, please. And that's about the short version of the proposal. Try to keep it short for you tonight. If I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate you doing the presentation. Everybody knows that I'm a huge advocate of this. I've played in them. I've viewed, I've been around them for years, and I think it's something that's, our kids that need something in this community. There's not enough. We see the numbers are so low of participation in the programs we have because we don't have programs. We need something here. I think there's a lot of development in that area on the, Ramara Road corridor. There's a lot of reason for people to come here. If we had something like this, it would help support those businesses, help support those hotels, resorts, help bring people to the area and spend money. I think it's a huge win for us if we could do something like this, but that's a given that I'm a champion for it. So I'll open it up for everybody else. Councilor Goff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You're saying it's no cost to our municipality, but in reality, the building you want to use is our library. And if you want to use that, we have to build a new library. You're not going to be building a new library for us. I think, I know Deputy Mayor has said that there's growth coming along the Ramara Road corridor. I think you're about 5 to 10 years away from this being something that we can focus on and make happen once we get the growth along the Ramara Road corridor. Because I believe, as the Deputy Mayor says, it would be an asset to have this, but I just think you're years away from actually having this right now.
I appreciate your comments, Councilor Goff. I would disagree. I think that to show businesses and if you want somebody to build a water park and a resort and commercial, these people to start developments, we have to start by investing in our own community. We have to say there's a reason to come here. We're going to help support you. We're going to bring people to the community to help feed that, right? But that's just mine. And it was never a thought. I know some people, there were some comments on Facebook about pushing the library. It makes sense to have it there. Parents could bring their other kids there. They could use tutoring programs. They could actually use the library. There's no reason why that can't be used for both the field house and to be attached to that, right? So I think that I don't think that's a conversation. I think that's something that would complement each other, in my opinion. Right?
Yeah, if I may interject there, sorry, just to answer that question through you, Chairman. Yes, they are. We're open to partnerships, and meaning that we would utilize some of that space to make it work in conjunction with what's there. By way of leasing or renting out the space or running programming for the township. So you have no cost to that.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming in today. I was actually very curious on how you'd try to sell me because it's one of those almost too good to be trues. By your concept, it looks like you're putting soccer fields on top of soccer fields that don't cost $190 for our residents to use. We don't charge that to our residents. And in the Ramara Center, of course, not only is there the library, which is also very near and dear to my heart, but also the rec center. And they do have the March Big programs. They do have the pickleball. I'm not saying that there's enough in the township right now, but I'm really not sold on the location. That building is not old. That library is near and dear to the hearts of the residents in this community. We have just actually lost one of our libraries in Ramara to mold. So there's a lot of panic and fear with your presentation, just the way it received on the agenda before you had the opportunity to speak about they're taking over our library. They're putting a soccer field on top of a soccer field. Right now, the soccer in your presentation was the affordable sport for families to play, but now it's at a cost of $190 an hour. And I know that that's a shared cost over time, but it's still an additional cost, right? We have the house league, leagues that we have going on. We're in talks about rehabilitating some of our soccer fields and baseball diamonds to make affordable sports again. I just really, what I see here is you want us to lease you the land and the building. And in the next 25 years, we make $25. And it's at a much greater loss to the residents of the township. And then do the money interest free. So we're making $25 in 25 years is kind of my takeaway from this. I don't know that this is the right location, and I'm not anti-rec and I'm not anti even Sports Dome, but I don't think this is the right location, that perhaps there's another developer that has property in the area, perhaps along the Ramara corridor, that could support this type of development. But at risk to the library to say that you're going to lease space in there. There's no space. The library is tapped out. Rec's tapped out. They have common spaces that they share. So I just don't see that library rec center building as a viable anything, to be quite honest.
Thank you.
Councillor Snutch and then Councillor Bell.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I think it's interesting. I think we should always be pursuing these. I'm not one for committing capital to it at this point, but I thank you for your presentation, and we're only here today to receive this as information. So it could just be a step forward to finding a solution with you or somebody else. But thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you as well for the presentation. There's a few things I note. I don't see a business plan. I don't know who Simcoe Sports Dome Community Foundation is, and I don't see what that volunteer board looks like. It says it's a nonprofit. I don't know if you've even formed that nonprofit yet. So there's no information in the presentation available on that. So those are two pieces. You said there's no cost to the residents, but to my understanding, it says that you would like the land, the facility, as well as for the township for the residents taxpayers to pay for the building, and then you'll pay it back. So there's also a risk that if this nonprofit foundation can't fund the annual operating costs of the building at some $440 to $880 per square or per annum, the residents are going to be now saddled with a $6 million bill for the building itself, as well as now these operating costs. $1 a year lease on the land, it's a pittance for a massive piece of land. And I will echo what I've already heard, which is that our library and recreation center need a place to be housed. Your date here is 2025. We have no building to put our library or our recreation department in between now and 2025. As far as usership, there's 2 and 1, but let me just pull my notes up here. 1.7% of adults accessed recreation and 3.1% of children in the year 2022. So we don't have the current usership. As far as development goes, we have been waiting 20 years for development, and I'm not opposed to having recreation at all. But what I'm saying is also what Councillor Goff said. We may be ready for this. And as I said in May, when the proposal was first brought by the deputy mayor, in 5 or 10 years. And right now I would hazard to say more than 5 years. And at that time, I would hope that there are private-public partnerships that can occur. And I would also hope that we have a place to put our library and recreation center before we talk about putting them out on the street. Our library is the only thing that we have to serve the marginalized populations in the township, our aging population, lots of people who still don't have access to internet and therefore use the library.
Okay, stop there. Nobody said that we're kicking the library out. So let's not get down there.
Excuse me, I was speaking and I
I'm
will
the chair.
prefer not to be in.
I'm the chair.
Okay, but I have already said that I will not withstand being interrupted each time I speak. So in the future, please respectfully let me finish my sentence and then
Okay, I'm gonna call a point of order here. The chair
On
runs
the-
the
on
meeting.
the- on
No,
the
I'm
deputy
calling a
mayor, I
point of
hope,
order.
because he
The
interrupted
chair
me while I was
runs the
speaking.
meeting and the chair can
Mhm.
interrupt any council member if they feel they're off topic or just want to move the meeting
Mhm.
forward.
Okay.
So it is the chair that runs the
Mhm.
meeting.
Of
Carry on,
course.
Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I've now lost my train of thought because I was interrupted. I was trying to speak to the variety of items in the presentation, but I'll let somebody else speak and then I'll come back to it if need be.
Sure. Mayor Clark.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Of course, the devil's always in the details. I assume you've done studies of the area because you've been to Ormadonti. You've been to Aurelia looking at the area. You feel there is demand for something like this. So I guess my question would be, do you have a similar structure to this one you're proposing that we could see? And so that's one question. The other, you're saying hard and soft courts. So simultaneously, or do you have to put the hard surface together and then tear it down to use the soft?
Yeah,
So
thank
those
you.
are my
Through you, Chair. Thank you. Yes, they're separately, so they'll be running at the same time. So you have your soft court, which is your artificial turf, and then you have your hard courts, which are your hardwoods courts, which are running at the same time, and they're available to operate simultaneously. And yes, we have, there's multiple facilities that could be viewed if you want to go further. My proposal was just information's sake. There's also room for discussion as far as a separate building or whatever the case may be. Of course, we have financials, we have business plan, we have corporations all set in place. They're happy to share with every council member if they're interested.
Yeah, and just to follow up, yeah, I've been to the one in Wasaga Beach, which is not a dome, but the new structure and the library is integrated well into and that's something they did. And I certainly want feedback because they found the recreation and library work really well together. So we would want to see the two intertwined in the end if we were to pursue something like this. But thank you for the information today, sir.
You're welcome. And through you, Chair, same with Rama. Rama has their recreation with their library hand in hand with their gymnasium and their arena at the Mask as well.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. We'll carry on.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yep. Recommendation that council receive the deputation regarding the Simcoe Sports Dome project proposal as presented. Councillor Goff, Councillor Snutch, all in favor? And that is carried. Anybody need a break? We're going to push through. Okay. 9.2 Township Recreation Department Parks and Recreation Month recommendation that council receive the presentation from. All right, here we go. Recreation staff regarding Parks and Recreation Month as presented.
Good evening, council and community. So we're here to talk to you about Recreation Month coming up this June. I believe we have a slideshow coming up. I'm Justine Bain. I'm the Recreation and Community Services Supervisor. And here I have our new recreation programmer, Abby Harper. So we're just gonna take you through what we've got going on this month for Recreation Month. So yeah, next slide. So the theory with what Pro is doing this year, so that's Parks and Rec Ontario, their theme is Community Thrives Here. So they split up the month. Each week has a different theme. So first we've got movement, which is all about moving your body. Next, we have Trailblazers. So we're going to be focusing on different members of the community and key organizations that really help out our Parks and Recreation Department. Next, we have Guardians. So we will have people talking about the importance of our green spaces and taking care of our environment in Ramara and being environmental stewards. And then our last week, we'll talk about connection. That's with the community and mindfulness with your body and connecting. Yeah, so next slide.
So as Justine said, the first week is focusing on movement. So we have a few pop-up events you can see on our schedule. So we have some yoga, Zumba, our youth dance, other fitness classes, and our pickleball. You can follow along on our social media channels to see more about that. And we've also put out a calendar with all of the recreation opportunities throughout the month. Next slide. And then the second week, we were focusing on our trailblazers. So people who play an important role to keep recreation going in our community. So some of the ones that we'll focus on is our Trails Committee, our soccer club, the Works Department, the Atherley Community Center Board, and then the Ramara Recreation Department. So our summer staff, all of our fitness instructors. And again, you can follow us on our social media channels to see the posts Monday through Friday. Next slide.
So for our Guardians Week, we have partnered with Couchiching Conservancy. They're going to come in and do a talk about some of the important spaces that we have in Ramara, just about protecting our green spaces and how we can be better for the community and our environment. Next slide. And for our Connection Week, we are going to be having a party at the park, which will be located at Bluebird Park. We've invited all of our camp families and the rest of the community to come and meet some of our camp staff. We're going to just have a games day in the park. So there'll be different treats. All of our staff will be there, and we're going to be doing different activities and games for the whole family. And then at each park we have listed on the screen. So that's Lovely Day, Bluebird, Brecken, and Lagoon City Beach Park. We're doing our mindfulness on the move. So we'll have a sign posted at each of the parks that we listed, and it'll be a different mindfulness activity at each of the locations. So that could be breathing or connecting with your surroundings. So with the Connection Week, we've got connecting with the community, but also connecting with your mind and body. Next slide.
And then in addition to all of that, we have some events. So we're doing throughout the entire month recreation bingo. You can pick up the cards that Justine is handing out at the recreation office and do some of the self-directed rec opportunities all throughout the township. You can bring the card back and enter in to win a prize at the end of the month. And then the next event we're going to do is a pickleball party. So a free drop-in to come out and play with some of the people who have participated in our sessions all year round. And then people who don't really know a lot about pickleball can come out and learn a thing or two from them. That's going to be the 20th of June. And then finally, our youth dance for all of our youth in Ramara from grades 4 to 8. And it's going to be our last one before the summer season. Next slide.
Yeah, so we encourage everyone to come out to our events, stop by the Ramara Center to check out what we've got going on. You can follow us along on our Facebook at Ramara Recreation and our Instagram at Ramara Rec, but also at all of these hashtags. Thanks for having us tonight.
Awesome. Great job. Quick question for you. What are we reaching out to the schools for this as well, sending a newsletter home for parents just to let them know if the camps are going on?
We have had some interest in Brecken Public Schools specifically. We attended their kindergarten start day. So we're going to reach out to the schools to see if there's any events that they want to advertise. Yeah.
Perfect. That's great. Thanks. Oh, Councillor Snitch.
I have a question. So these public parks like Bluebird Park, do people like the Lake St. John Cottage Association, do they reserve that when they want to have their field days and that? Or do you have to, like, are they aware this is going on, or how do you book a public park?
So they are public space. So it's just an event that everyone is welcome to. There's different areas of each park that, like, some you can rent, like the pavilion at Atherley, you can rent at Lovely Day Park. But to my knowledge, it's just a welcome event for everyone to attend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Love the energy. I always do. You always have such amazing things going on. Is there any way that you can forward your presentation so that it can be available on the website as well? Because it wasn't part of the agenda and there was a lot of key dates and really good information in there.
So everyone will, every event that we have will be in the community calendar on the website, like on ramara.ca. And Ashley, I believe, is doing a news release tomorrow, I believe, or before June. But yes, I can send out the presentation as well if anyone would like it. Yeah.
Any other comments? Nope. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, recommendation that council receive the presentation from Township Recreation staff regarding Parks and Recreation Month as presented. Someone put on the floor for me. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Tuyu, all in favor. That's carried. 9.3, last one, petition titled Ramara residents on well and septic must not subsidize Ramara residents on water and sewer. Somebody here to speak about that?
No, it's the receiving of the petition, your
Just
worship.
receiving it? Okay, recommendation, the council receive the petition titled Ramara residents on well and septic must not subsidize Ramara resident on water and sewer as presented. So I'm put that on the floor. Councillor Goff, Councillor Snutch. Go ahead. Yep. comment.
I wanted to actually thank the petitioner. When I saw who it was, I knew it would be done right. They used the proper form so that we could actually put it on our council agenda, because that's very important if we want the names on there. So thank you for doing it properly. And there's a lot of names on here that we could actually look at. So I appreciate that.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I addressed this when the agenda first came out to council. I'm still not able to open up any of the PDF.
Should be there.
It tells me to use a form builder to log into it. I can get that one. I can get the handwritten one. I cannot get the digital. So unfortunately, I don't see, not that I'm distrusting, but I don't see that there's as many signatures. Just as a housekeeping item, if we can make sure that that's available. So the petition form, water and sewer handwritten is openable. The one that has the links in it is not.
I look for the clerk's clarification. Can we vote on this because they haven't been able to view it? I know, but as presented, but you don't know it's been presented.
Did you see any of it, Councillor Fisher?
I can see I can open up the submitting a petition form document, those 4 pages. At the bottom of that, there are 3 PDF links that I'm assuming will take me to the online, I think they use change.org or whatever online format they used. I cannot open those PDF. However, I can open and feel confident in voting with the handwritten signatures because I can see that PDF. There's
An option would be to take a 5-minute recess and we can get you a copy, or we can get you a computer that you can review the list. If council wishes a 5-minute break to do so.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like
Okay.
to do it properly. Yeah, thank you. Take 5 minutes. Sorry. 9:35. Okay. Counselor Goff. He's coming. He's coming.
Big man.
I gotta be careful. Okay, thank you, everybody. Sorry about that. We just had to make sure that everybody had the information before voting on it. I know it was as presented, but I want to make sure we do this right. So we did have a second. Who's our mover or seconder?
And Counselor Bell and Counselor Snatch.
Okay. I will now put that to a vote. All in favor? It's carried. Okay, 10. We're going into 10.1, internet connectivity gap update. Oh, at the bottom. Anybody want any of these pulled? Okay, which one do you want pulled, Counselor Snatch?
10.5. 10.5.
Okay, any other ones? Just 10.5. Okay. Recommendation that council adopt the recommendation of items 10.1 to 10.4 as set out in the consent agenda dated May 27, 2023. 4. Yeah, and any additions thereto, with the exception of items, which is 10.5. Okay. So I put that on the floor for me. Mayor Clark, second by Councillor Goff. All right. Any discussion on that? No? All in favor? Carried. 10.5. Okay.
I just wanted a separate vote on 10.5. That's
okay. The recommendation that council receive and support the following resolutions from the CIP. So I put that on the floor.
What?
Councillor Fisher and Councillor Chuyu. All right.
sorry.
Do you want discussion on it?
I'm a little confused. So what did you just say?
10.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want a discussion on this?
No, I don't want discussion. I just want a separate vote, but anybody else?
So that was a recommendation. We have a mover and a seconder. So all in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Okay. 11. Reports of committee and board members. Okay, 11.1, recommendation that we adopt committee of the whole report 0524 dated April 29th, 2024 as presented. So I put that on the floor. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Bell, all in favor? Carried.
What I was trying to oppose to was the letter from Smith Falls that's listed in 10.5. That's what I was opposing to, not all the others I'm in favor of.
Okay.
So I don't know if that affects anything or not, but just.
Right. I'm just trying to find on the agenda.
I just have a hard time feeling where.
We can go and amend the motion that we just passed, that we support, with the exception of, was the city of Stratford, did you say?
Smith Falls.
City of Smith Falls.
It's on guaranteed income.
Okay, so we can amend that resolution number CW, whatever it is, be amended to remove the town of Smith Falls support for basic income guarantee.
Okay. Is that good? Yes.
Okay.
Everybody else is good? The mover and seconder are good?
And then what motion would you like for Smith Falls, that we do not support or just?
Don't support, yeah.
Okay.
May just point of order. So now we do a separate motion for town of Smith Falls, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Or that we just receive it, not support it, we just receive it.
Okay, so your motion is that we receive it. You move that, seconder, Councillor Fisher. Okay, all in favor of that?
Oh, wow.
Carried.
Passed this time. Oh, okay. There you go. I was going to apologize, but now I won't. Okay, good.
11.1 is done. Okay, 11.2. Recommendation that the appeal tribunal minutes dated February 1st, 2024 be received as information. I'll put that on the floor. Councillor Goff, seconded by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? Okay. Okay, questions?
I was just wondering if it'd be better off for council to get the results of the appeal tribunal so we vote for who's on the appeal tribunal, but we have no idea what decisions they're deciding on. And I was wondering why that information is not shared with council. And the same thing applies to the Committee of Adjustment. We sometimes don't get the results.
I think Jacob's connected. Jacob, do you have a response?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Snetch. Those items would be in the closed session minutes, and then disclosed to our appellants on notices of decision letters. Typically, these decisions are made in closed session.
But I'm wondering why council shouldn't be entitled to the closed session on something like a fence appeal when we're entitled to information about millions of dollars under a closed deal that we get. So I just don't understand why we wouldn't be entitled to that closed information as counselors when other people are.
Yeah, that's something that we can review moving forward, and if we can make an amendment to that, we will.
We'll just leave it at that for now. Is that what you want to do? It's just the minutes that we're approving, but I'm just saying for future consideration, I would like to know what the results were. Sorry.
Maybe just 1 second. We'll let Zach weigh in on that.
Yeah, I don't think we have a problem looking at it, and maybe we can come back with a report. So at least we understand the full, because I believe Mr. Popple spoke to this maybe a year ago or in the fall. He spoke to why it works the way it works. So maybe he can come back and speak to that at a committee of a whole, if that works.
Okay. Councillor Fisher and Councillor Bell.
Thank you. The one thing that I just wanted to point out is one of the members of the appeals committee no longer qualifies to be on that appeals committee because he's now sitting at this table. So just as a point of notice, maybe we should be advertising that there's a seat available.
Through you, your worship, we are advertising for those positions.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I just was going to say, commissioning a staff report isn't usually done under receiving of reports. So if Councillor Snatch wants to do that, that would have to come separately as a request. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We vote on that. All in favor? Carried. I thought we voted. Thank you. Recommendation that the Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission minutes dated April 18th, 2024 be received as information. Somebody put that on the floor. Councillor Fisher, Mayor Clark. Any questions? All in favor? It's carried. 11.4, recommendation that the Trails Committee minutes dated April 17th, 2024 be received as information. Somebody put that on the floor for me. Councillor Goff, Councillor Tuyu. Any discussion? All in favor? It's carried. 11.5, that the Committee of Adjustment minutes dated February 6, 2024 be received as information. Someone put that on the floor for me, please. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Bell. Any discussion? All in favor? It's carried. 11.6, recommendation that the Longford, it's a long night, Longford Community Center Board minutes dated March 12th, 2024 be received as information. So put that on the floor, please. Councillor Snutch, Councillor Fisher, any questions? All in favor? Okay, carried. 11.7, recommendation that the Library Board minutes dated March 21st, 2024 be received as information. Somebody put that on the floor, please. Councillor Fisher, Mayor Clark, any questions? All in favor? That is carried. 11.8, recommendation that the Library Board minutes dated April 18th, 2024 be received as information. Somebody put that on the floor for me. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Goff, any questions? No? All in favor? Carried. 11.9, athlete community. Let me see. Recommendation that the Athlete Community Center Board minutes dated March 28th and April 18th, 2024 be received as information. Somebody put that on the floor, please. Counselor Snutch, Counselor Bell. Any questions? All in favor? It's carried. 12. Items that require immediate attention. 12.1. Oh, we have to do these separately, huh? Okay. Recommendation that the 2024 AMO conference delegation meeting request be received as for information, and that we request delegations for the following ministers. Okay. Councilor Snutch.
I think we should be meeting of environment for trying to speed up what they were talking about as a 3-year process to get the Bay Shore approval. So I wasn't planning on attending, but I think there's other people here that could attend. Zach's got his hand up.
Yeah, it hasn't made it onto an agenda yet, but we did speak to the Bayshore Sprayfields at the last Aroma, and we did receive a letter from the minister stating that they're willing to speed up the process for us and make it as quick as possible. So
can we just for the point of getting in front of somebody, can we go in with something that's related just to keep our remind them who we are and not forget about us? And
sure, we can for sure. I don't think they're going to forget about us with the Sprayfield project going on, but because we're going to have a lot of contact with the local office working on the EA going forward, and they even CC the local office on this letter. So I think we're in a good position. Of course, I don't mind going to speak about the Bayshore Sprayfields, but we're going to be dealing with them constantly over the next year.
Would it help at all with our grant writing opportunities? Because by then we'll have a decision, hopefully, on what our decision is to start requesting grant money.
For the Sprayfields, we could go. They may refer us to the water fund we just applied for through the Ministry of Infrastructure. But it definitely doesn't hurt. Usually it's best to go if there's a grant opportunities and we could speak to that.
So in saying that, infrastructure?
Yeah, we could go to infrastructure if there's some funding you guys are looking for.
I'll leave it up to the mayor. It's just a suggestion to make sure we stay focused on this.
No, I would say absolutely. Even if we are moving forward, then you want to thank them and keep it moving forward, because we don't want to hit any delays, because delays are money. So I'm 100% on that.
Councilor Bell.
Thank you. I think we should go see Minister of Health because we haven't done it for a while. And we still are charging residents $150,000 for whatever it is right now for good doctors. So I know they're not going to give us any money, but I also know that if we don't keep advocating, we're never going to get any. So I just think we haven't done it, and it's probably about time we go in again and see what we can find out.
Okay. Yep. Put that one on. Councilor Fisher.
Thank you. Minister Smith, Energy, Minister Smith, there's a few Minister Smiths. I also still don't want to let the opportunity go for phase 3 for natural gas coming into the Township of Ramara. I know right now the big push is for heat pumps, but that may be permanent, or it might be the flavor of the month. So I just want to make sure that we can keep moving forward and keep those doors open too with the Minister of Energy.
Okay. We're good with that side? Okay, so that's 3. Are we going to cap it at 3, or how many do we want to do?
Okay, because I got more.
Go ahead.
Okay, and then I'm also wondering if maybe we should take a look and talk with the Minister of Tourism again, just to with all the work that's happening in Brecken with our CIP, but also with all the work that we're trying to get done over on Ramara Road corridor. And I think that there might be some really good benefits. I know that we didn't do a really good job. At nobody's fault. I'm not pointing fingers, probably not the right words to use. When the casino came to Rama, the area, we didn't really take advantage of the fact that we had 20,000 people coming through the community to get to the casino. So now that we're on our way to putting shovels in the ground on Ramara Road, I really want to make sure that the Minister of Tourism is involved in moving forward those projects.
Anybody opposed? Everybody's good with that, though? Tourism? Okay, go ahead.
How about the Minister of Transportation regarding Highway 12 and the 2 sets of train tracks that Vehicles have to stop at,
Yeah, we could do that one. It's been, I think, 2 years since we did that one.
right?
Yeah.
And also the condition of Highway 12 and the amount of traffic. What the plans are to
Okay.
actually widen it.
All right, I think that's probably maxed out now, 5. Yeah, we'll call it a day there.
Get them all.
Hopefully we get them all. All right. Good. Everybody's good with that? All right, so, and we request delegations with the following ministries, which we have listed. Can you just go over them again?
Sorry, I have infrastructure, health, energy, tourism, and transportation.
And environment, MEC.
Environment. I thought we were going to do that one, but we are?
We are.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor? It's carried. 12.2, recommendation that council waive the vendor fees for the Ramara Soccer Club for the 2024 season and the council approve of the Ramara Soccer Club's alternative rate.
You get a mover and a seconder for the delegation request?
Yep, Councillor Fisher and Mayor Clark. And the council approved the Ramara Soccer Club's alternative arrangement to sell refreshments at a normal fee. So I put that on the floor. Councillor Goff, Councillor Bell. All right. Anybody want to mention anything? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted a question, which I'm pretty sure I know the answer to, but just so we can put it out there in public, this is something that the township has done in the past, I'm assuming?
Yes, it has. And the soccer club donates a sizable generation at the end of the season as well.
Thank you. I thought I knew the answer.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, all in favor? That is approved. 12.3, the aggregate producing municipalities of Ontario, TAPMO. Recommendation that council receive the support the TAPMO correspondence and that $5,000 be allocated in the 2025 budget. Somebody put this on the floor for me. Councillor Snutch, Councillor Fisher. Okay, any comments? Mayor Clark.
Just maybe through to Zach, we were part of the court case last time, and how much did we benefit out of that? Because I know municipalities that weren't part of it didn't benefit, and that's why we now see the value of TAPMO and having a full-time employee that keeps the ball rolling. The trouble is every time there's an election, there's a gap and things get dropped. We want to make sure there's a staff member there, and that's why we're reaching out to the folks that were part of that court case first, hoping everybody else will come online later.
Yeah, I don't have the dollar amount, but I think it was reflected in our fees that come directly from the province. And also they are working on getting aggregate sites updated through MPAC. So there was a big issue with them being classified as a farm classification rather than industrial or aggregate. So they were also working on that. So we got some benefit out of that as well from increased property values. I just want to note that in this resolution, it says be allocated to the 2025 budget. It is actually for the 2024 budget. They requested it for this year.
Okay.
So we'll need to change that.
Amendment to the budget.
Thanks.
Councillor Snutch asked the question if we'd have to amend anything in the budget.
I believe we have.
It's not, so the request came after we approved the budget, so it's not part of the budget, but I mean, it's 5,000 over a 15 million budget. If we don't have any savings anywhere, technically it will come out of the reserves.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And all in favor? I think we already did that one. Carried. All right, council update. Leave this one to you, Mayor.
Unfortunately, tomorrow we had to cancel our EV car show. I'm not sure. I just got the email today that got canceled. I'm not sure why, because I was out of town. But I know one thing, when I was over in Japan, they actually mentioned it. They'd gone on our website and they were very excited to know that we were doing an EV show at the county. So please watch for that when it comes back around, because you get a chance to drive some of the vehicles and see what's out there. Tomorrow there will be the discussion on the organics. And you can explain as well as I can, because I'm gonna save my voice.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess what's proposed, and staff will be coming back with a recommendation. So they want to make it so that basically you have to, they're asking residents to now put their organics out. If you're not putting it out, and if it's not out there with your garbage, they're not going to pick up your garbage. There's a lot of processes in this, so there's going to be lots of stickers leading up to it. There's a lot of educational components that'll be coming forward with this. So they want to work with everybody, and the reason is because our landfills are maxing out. Our last landfill will be maxed out in 2027. We have no room left. We will be shipping out of the area, which is going to be an extra cost. So it's about getting organics out for long term. We have to get that out, and this is the one area when they do the waste audits on the garbage that's still a huge part of garbage. People are still throwing it in there. So now they're asking if to put it, you can put it out with your recycling 1 week, but if it's not out there with your garbage is not going to be picked up. If you have your own organics, they will make exceptions. They're supposed to be coming back with a recommendation as to how they'll go about this. There are several ideas out there. I can't even speak on them until they come to us and tell them what they are. But we understand people have farms, people have pigs, people have their own organics programs. So we have to make sure that we have allowed that exception. So that's what we've asked staff to come back with. So we'll update everybody once we find out information on that.
December 1st would be what?
December 1st. Yeah. Okay. And I think that's pretty much it from the county side. Okay.
Can we just go back to 13 for as far as unfinished business?
Oh, I apologize. 13 unfinished business. Anybody? David?
I don't know exactly where to throw this in, but I'll go back to what Councillor Fisher was saying, that it wasn't the right, sorry, Councillor Bell.
16.
Oh, 16. Okay. I don't want to report though. I want to change the procedures for, so still 16? Okay.
Okay, so no unfinished business? Okay. So the recommendation that council receive the county council update dated April 30th, 2024 as information. So I put that on the floor. Councillor Tuyu, second by Councillor Fisher. All in favor? And that is approved. 15, announcements and inquiries, members of council. Mayor Clark to start.
I really hope my voice holds out and I can get through this. First, I want to thank the deputy mayor for doing the meeting. I can talk, but the more I talk, the worse it gets. So I apologize to the folks on the phone I didn't get back to today. I got through as many as I could until it was too difficult, but message heard loud and clear. This is Zach's last meeting, and this is where I'm going to struggle, because I remember when we hired him, he was he's still a kid, but he was just a kid at the time. In his 20s, he was here with the auditors. He impressed us then. So we hired him as a deputy treasurer, and it didn't end. He was part of the team that really turned this municipality around financially. And there's not enough we can say to thank Zach for that. It didn't take very long. As soon as the opening came along, we made him our treasurer, because just a phenomenal employee for this township. And when an opening came, you were our acting CAO. We really saw the value in how you did that. So when the opportunity came again, it was unanimous that you became our CAO. Probably look it up. He's probably one of the youngest ones ever. And you've done a phenomenal job. And you haven't stumbled, not even once. And I'm extremely proud of Zach. I understand it's a great opportunity. We are parting friends. We are really sorry to see you go. I won't tell anybody where you're going, but I'm going to have a bone to pick with the Western Warden or the Eastern Wardens next time I meet them in Amo. I can tell you that. But I know it's a great opportunity for you and your family, and I wish you all the best. But we will miss you here, sir.
Well said. You guys make me cry every week. All right. You had to get me all emotional. Now I gotta figure out where I am. All right. You got me right in that one feeling. All right. Any other announcements by members of council? Oh, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Mine's an inquiry, but I'm not going to ask Zach now, because I don't want to bring him down after all that. So I'll ask one of you guys to answer the question. So there's alongside some of the other rumors that have been circulating, I'm receiving calls from people who are wondering if there's any truth that Ramara Township is doing its best to stop county from taking over water and sewer. So from the county perspective, if one of you two can speak to the public so that they're understanding that what Ramara's position is on having county take over.
I think
municipal services.
our position on the regional review, I think we would like to see it uploaded to the upper level, but county doesn't have a position on it because it's never been discussed at the floor. We're just negotiating with the province. County's actual position is there needs to be somebody coordinating everything, infrastructure at a higher level to make sure that the water gets to where it is, to make sure the roads are built properly. And if somebody's not looking at the coordination, and that's was our big fear with Bill 23, if you lose the county planning department, well, okay. So all of a sudden, Ramara decides to put a 400 home subdivision up in Seabright. Who's going to build the road? Like, who's going to make sure the infrastructure is there? So that's our important, that we want a coordinating role from county's perspective. And we'll see what the province delivers down the line, because I know other municipalities like ourselves, Ramara did support that. And we did send that request in on our review that we think it should be at the upper tier level sewer and water, because they have deeper pockets to do these projects, right? So that's our position here. Counties is just working with the province, and their position is it needs to be coordinated better. So.
Thank you. And then the second question is just, I don't want to ask Zach to answer it, but so there's, I know I don't want, I just want to leave him on a good note, but there's been a number of questions already submitted regarding the water, drinking water and wastewater open house that's upcoming. And I have been advised that some of those questions won't be answered. And so I think I just want to maybe get some reassurance to the public that their questions will be answered. And if they're not going to be, that we communicate that what we're going to answer and what we're not going to answer.
Yes. So yes, we're going to answer all the questions the best of our ability. Some of the questions went back quite a few years and are quite historical, and I'm not sure they had relevance on the rate study that we're currently reviewing and the new rates, which is why we're doing the public meeting. So I didn't feel like it was worth staff's time addressing those questions. Some of that information we don't have because it's so old, and two, it's a substantial amount of work to get those questions, and I'm not sure if they would help residents really understand the current billing that we're looking at. So that was some of the reasons that we picked some, that we did pick some of the questions that we felt, especially multiples and ones that we felt really impacted the rate study. But some of the historical stuff was difficult to get information for, one, and we're not sure it would have changed the really had any impact on the rate study. So that's kind of how we went through that. We did receive quite a few questions. So we're going through those now. In fact, we met this morning to put together the presentation and the answers to those questions.
Thank you, Zach. And I guess I would just say, if there's questions that don't get answered that night, maybe then residents can come later to you individually, or your or whoever is next, or we'll phone you. But just, I don't want to dismiss people's questions, and I don't want anybody who's asked a question to feel dismissed. So if, I don't know what strategy we want to use, but when the open house is complete, if there's still outstanding questions, maybe we need to be able to come up with some sort of a process afterward that we can help people understand how they can find that information, I guess. I know what you're saying, you don't think, but the questions I saw are typically going back to, 2010. So they're not going back 30 or 40 years or whatever. Mostly they're around, there's a 2011 study and then a 15 and a 21. So what happened during those years? At least that's some of the ones I saw. And I'm not saying I was copied on all of them, but so I don't know that they went back so far that we don't have the information. I think we know what we did between 2011, 15 and 21, or else we wouldn't have commissioned another report. So I just don't want to dismiss the public's questions and then just say we picked the ones we think we could answer, but we don't want to answer the others. So I guess I'm just going to leave it out there that, you know, there may be another conversation, I suppose. But thank you for explaining the process that you used. I appreciate it.
Councillor Snatch.
Sorry, just for clarification, you're both talking about the same meeting. You're calling it a public meeting. You're calling it an open house. Can we get clarification of what it is?
Yeah, sorry, it's an information session as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Any other announcements or inquiries? All right, moving on. 16, request for reports from council members. Councillor Snatch.
Once again, it's not a report, but I was just wondering, maybe the best thing to do is to just throw this on the next committee of the whole so we can have a discussion. But I just don't understand why, as councillors, we're not entitled to the closed session minutes of all the committees that are out there. It's public information. We're trusted with a lot more public information than that. And we have to know what is going on because we appoint those people to those committees. Thank you. That's it. So we put it on the committee of the whole for discussion?
Yep.
Perfect.
The next committee of the whole.
Need a vote for that. Yeah, we should have a vote.
So mover and a seconder for that. Mayor Clark. All right. All in favor? That's carried. Mayor Clark.
I have one myself too. I'd like a discussion at the next committee of the whole. We have two bylaws coming up tonight that we've never got a report on. So I think what we need to do is get a process where at least we see a report ahead of a bylaw coming, just even if it's in the items of, what do they call it? Consent agenda, so that we have it, because the two of them are here tonight and I'm going to ask them to be pulled for separate votes, which is 31 and 32. I want two separate votes on those. But I think we need to change the process. So at least when a bylaw is coming, we see the report on it, the site plan, something, because they're asking us to make an exception to a bylaw with no information other than what you read in the actual bylaw. So I'd need a seconder just to discuss it.
I'd like to add something.
Okay.
I'd like to go a step further. I think that if there's information such as I'll just use an example, two filled bylaws, that to receive this information on a Friday and vote on it on a Monday is I just wish I could look further into these information. So why would it have to come to a committee of the whole first? Where it can be discussed and we can request additional information and let the public know what we're planning on doing in the next council meeting.
Yep, go ahead, Zach.
I will say that that's our current policy. So we're just following our procedure on staff receives the request that people are there's not an exemption from the fill bylaw. They're following our fill bylaw. So the fill bylaw is that they need to, if it's over 10,000 cubic meters, they need to file with the township and provide additional information. So they provide that to staff and staff reviews it and then brings it to council in the form of a bylaw.
Okay, and I'm not going back and saying whose fault it is or anything, but to me, somebody has spent a lot of time working on that document to the point that the people requesting it have already signed it. If some of that stuff had to come to council earlier, we could have saved a whole bunch of people a lot of work. So that's why I'm saying, why not have a discussion period before we vote?
I'm just saying that's the bylaw that was approved by council.
So we have to amend the bylaw.
Yeah,
So
you
we'd
guys
have to
would have
amend
to amend the
So
bylaw.
we put that on the committee of the whole for the next,
Yeah.
okay.
So I'm asking. So I'll move that. Yeah.
To review the bylaw and amend, possibly amend. Okay, so seconded by Councillor Goff.
Yeah, I have a question as well, but basically what we have to do is change the procedure of how that is handled.
That's what we're voting.
Right.
Yeah. So you're seconding that?
Yes.
Okay, seconded.
Committee of the whole. Yep.
Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, I know it's getting late. This one's a quick one. And again, I think I already know the answer to it. But going back to discussing about procedure bylaw, I know that Clerk Connor has been working really, really hard and then kind of had to put things on the back burner while she ran a municipal by-election. Coming back with some of the procedure things that we had discussed either through email, in council, meetings, workshops, whatever. Just wondering when we might see that report.
That's targeted for the fall, Councillor Fisher.
Okay. So now we're into notice of motion. Any? Not seeing any bills and bylaws. Okay, so there's some to be pulled here?
Yeah.
Okay, which ones?
And 28 and 36.
28, 31, 32, and 36.
Can I just repeat 28, 31, 32, 26? Is that correct?
28, 31, 32, 36. I can read through that. Okay, recommendation that bill numbers 2024, 27, 29, 30, 33, 34, and 35 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passes bylaws. So we put that on the floor. Mayor Clark, Councillor Fisher, all in favor? That is carried. All right, let's go back to these guys then. Let's go back to 28.
Yeah.
Temporary access agreement. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Such.
I would like to get an explanation from, I'm really having a hard time understanding what's going on in this document. If someone can explain it to me.
Yeah, so I can explain that one. So the Concession Road 9 box culvert replacement project, because of the narrow construction of the existing box culvert road, we need to get access into the 4 neighboring properties. So this is the last of the 4. The last 3 agreements were on the last council agenda, which went through. So this is just the final property, and it's basically just getting the township access in the private property to do the construction work.
So they're giving us access temporarily. That's fine. I'm fine. Thank you.
So let's pass that one, that bill number 2024-28 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passes bylaws. So put on the floor. Councillor Goff, Councillor Bell, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, now we'll go on to 31. Okay, go ahead.
I'm opposed to this bylaw. We've got a bylaw here for a fill permit based on the fact that they're going to put in a future quarry or remediation site. But to do that, they've got to change the zoning. And I know as soon as they go to change the zoning, Simcoe County is going to ask for widening of that road. It was mentioned earlier that when the gun range wanted to go there, they wouldn't even give them access. It is a quarry haul route. If a quarry's going there, they'll probably want a deceleration lane and a turning lane. So why would I let them bring in fill when they haven't even gone through the process of applying for a zoning amendment to change the property? So they're bringing in the fill based on the fact that they're going to. Well, you know what? Put your zoning application in first. Go through the process of getting registered at a quarry. And if that's approved or defeated at an OMB, if it's approved, well, now you bring fill in. I mean, that's just standard operation of a quarry, that you have to put fill around the area. But at that point, you got a site plan. We know, why are we going around the entire 200 acres when there's natural area protection that you can't quarry? So I think it's premature. So I would vote against it. So I don't know what our bylaw says, but
If you're wanting information to come to the next committee of the whole meeting, you could defer these to the June. No,
I see no point in deferring. They haven't made an application for a quarry. They haven't made an application for any of the things that they're saying they need this soil for. So until this is premature, so I would just decline it and put in your OP amendment. I don't know if they need an official plan amendment, but I know they need a zoning amendment. Right now, it's zone rural. It's a farm with piles of dirt all over it, but it's a farm. And we don't let people burn their farms. Yeah. So until such time as they put a zoning amendment in, no.
Okay, Councillor Such.
I just don't know why the bylaw would even come to us if there wasn't a site plan application. We have no idea what the use of this property is going to be.
Go ahead, Zach.
So this is following our fill bylaw. So this is to bring fill in onto a property. It has nothing to do with the site plan of the property. And I'm not trying to sway one way or the other. I just want the information. So this would be the process to bring fill in, regardless if you have a site plan and entrance. I know this person is looking at purchasing the property, and part of the agreement is, and part of their due diligence is getting this berm approved. They don't want to start on the project if they can't even get a berm approved to go forward. So that's really what they're looking for. They obviously have a lot of steps with zoning, entrance, and with the MECP to do any type of work on the property. A quarry alone, I believe, is a 10-year process. soil remediation is less, but it's still a process with the MECP. So this was the first step they were looking forward to.
Just, is the soil being tested at all that they're using for the berms?
It has to be. So no soil basically anywhere can be moved without being tested in Ontario.
But just a sample of it, right? It's not every load.
Josh could speak better to that.
Yeah, so with the berms, it's class 1 or table 1, table 2 material. It's got to be deemed clean material, and the material does have to be tested. So
What percentage of that do they test though? They usually have a percentage of how much of the like volume they test per.
yeah,
You know what I
it's
mean?
all part of the excess soil management for 2819, I think, that regulation. So I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it is all stipulated in the excess soil Ontario regs.
Thanks, Josh. Go ahead, Mayor Clark.
At the risk of getting myself in trouble, I don't believe them when they say that, because if the berm is not the tipping point, it's whether or not you can get a quarry out. If you can get zoned as a quarry, you can automatically build a berm. If you can get zoned as a soil repo site, you can automatically get a berm. It's part of that application. So the berm won't be the problem. What you can't do is build the berm before you have the zoning for that particular application. So I still stand no.
Councillor Goff, Councillor Fisher, then Councillor Bell.
Actually, I agree with the mayor 100%. When I saw this, red flags just went up. I know with dealing with what NRK had to do, the hoops that they had to jump through to get their site up and running. This place here looks like they were trying to take a shortcut, and with just a $3,000 retainer on it, I think if the berms went in there, we might have ended up with a whole bunch of contaminated soil, and we would have been on the hook for it. So,
okay, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Yes, another concern. They're asking for a very finite number of tons and trucks and hours and different things to build the berm with the squiggly bush line surrounding the property. And as the mayor had pointed out, like, we know that there's wetlands back there by looking at our maps, but I mean, even on this colored map, you can see the tributaries that are running through there, and they're trying to build berms right on top of all of these tributaries and water courses. And it's even the way it was written inside was that, and that we enter an agreement for soil, like, we're not even at that point yet. So I feel that at this point, it's very, very preliminary, and I can't support this bylaw.
Okay, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Similar. And then I know there's some language in the agreement too that's brought some concerns that I've heard from some residents. So, so I'm just in agreement with what we're all saying here right now, which is that they need to go and do the other things first and then come back and talk to us about what's next. Yeah.
Okay. I got a recommendation that bill number 2024-31 be read a first, second, and third. Okay, yep, go ahead.
I was just wanting to add to that in solidarity with everybody that I'm not comfortable with it either. This type of soil remediation activity, whether it complies with policy or not. I don't like the idea of Ramara being a dumping ground for municipalities that have the luxury of sending their unwanted materials elsewhere. It's not ideal for a municipality that is sitting on top of a highly vulnerable aquifer and surrounded by lakes, wetlands, and waterways. And if Ashley, if you could just bring up my map for a second of the highly vulnerable aquifer area, which is basically all of Ramara. Yeah, so where it's red is the highly vulnerable aquifer. So, and the white part is the lake. So that's, yeah. Anyway, that's that.
Recommendation that bill number 2024.31 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passes bylaws. So I put that on the floor.
Would we do that, or would we just have a motion be declined? It wasn't on the floor. We were discussing it. So.
Okay.
And then we just vote it down.
Yeah, Councillor Goff, seconded by Councillor Snutch, all in favor. All opposed. And that is defeated. All right. 2024.32. Okay. This is a bylaw to enter a fill agreement with NRK Holdings.
I'll put it on the floor.
Okay, yeah, we'll put it on the floor first. Councillor Goff, second by Mayor Clark. Open for discussion. Councillor Goff.
This is already an existing quarry. Basically what they're doing is they purchase the property, the quarry across the street from them, and are wanting to build the berms that should have been in place already. NRK has shown that they are a very good corporate citizen and want to help out, and I don't have a problem with this bill bylaw. This one.
Mayor Clark.
Again, I would have rather had some heads up on it, but I do know the quarry. It says in here it's a former rogue quarry. Many of the old timers will know it as a spear and quarry. This quarry, it is a quarry licensed in operation, and there's no berms around it, and there should be. And these guys have purchased it, and the first thing they want to do is build the berms. They've cleaned the site up, and now they want to build the berms around the operating part of the quarry. I believe there's berms at the back side of the quarry. No, not even back there. No, so they're putting the berms around the quarry that should be there. So I don't have a problem with it.
I'd like to ask one question, though. There's notice in there. I'm not in favor of this, but there's something in there referring that an exemption to our noise bylaw. As far as I know, we have no noise bylaw in that area. So what are we exempting them from? Future noise bylaws?
Yeah, we'll have to double check that because quarries are typically exempt from the noise bylaws anyways, so we'll confirm that.
Were there hours of operation in there? Because I noticed the other ones had ridiculous hours of operation starting at 6 a.m.
Be whatever the hours of operation are on the site plan for the actual quarry. Like, because it is an open
Well,
operating
then
quarry.
why would we contradict them if they're in there? I just saw somewhere between the two fill bylaws. I saw hours of like 6 to 8 at night, 6 days a week.
So I think before we go any further, I'm going to recommend that we defer this, and there's a reason. This agreement is actually pretty, if we look at some of the terminology in here, you've mixed the two companies together. So both companies are on this agreement several times. So I think we need to defer this, have it written properly and brought back. Okay. It's just that they have soil salvagers in several points in this contract. In the bylaw, yeah.
I would be in favor of that because I've reached out to get some other information that may help me form a decision, and I haven't received it yet. So I would really like the idea of the deferment.
Yeah. Okay, so I say we defer is what I'm going to suggest.
I don't see soil scavengers in this. I'm not.
I clicked on the NRK, and if you look down at the bottom, it says whereas fill soil agreement with soil salvagers, there's actually 3 lines on page. The opening page, it's NRK, and you look at the bottom 3 paragraphs.
Oh, in the bylaw number.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Not
Not in the agreement. Not in the agreement.
But in the bylaw it is, yeah. We'll just defer it. So do we need a motion to defer? Oh, so motion to defer. Mayor Clark moves it, seconded by Councillor Snutch. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so that's off the agenda. I think is there one more? There's 36. All right, that bill number 2024.36 be read a first, second, and third time and finally passes by law. So put on the floor, Councillor Fisher, Mayor Clark, open for discussion. Yep, Councillor Snutch.
I may have asked this question last time, but I can't remember the answer. We were talking about this, but what is the hurry about doing this when the subdivision is so far away? Sorry, if I can ask that to Waleed, I guess.
Yes, through the chair. So the development's already established that this area is environmentally sensitive. So we would like to secure it right in the very beginning to make sure that it's protected from future development. In addition to the fact that now the developer has decided that there is not going to be any institutional or commercial uses on the property. So we want to change it from basically to just residential with a hold on it. So they still have to go through the rest of the agreement.
And what are the setbacks from the natural area protection? Would they be the same as all of our other?
Well,
because I had brought up last time that, you know, if as far as the Trails Committee and that go, that if we had a natural area of protection and we can't build a trail in a natural area of protection, that we should be able to build it right beside there. And I'm just not sure where that led to.
This area includes the buffer, so the future lots would come up to that point, and we're hoping that, well, we're planning as part of the development process to obtain those lands for the township and have them be fenced off from the lots so that they're protected, so people don't encroach on them over time.
So is there room for trails beside these natural areas of protection?
I wouldn't think so. I would think based on the lot fabric, the lots would go right up to the end of those. Yeah, I don't think that there would be room for trails, no, adjacent or through, depending on the lot fabric, the final lot fabric.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor? That's carried. All opposed? One is opposed. Okay, I think that's it for our open part of our meeting. We have some things to go back into closed for, so I'll ask the folks to depart and we'll continue on. Thanks, everybody. I wish I could go home with you. Stop.
Now there's no mic going out in the hallway, I would assume, or we just go.
Well, I got to do the mic though to go in.
No, of course.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to make a recommendation that council enters closed session for personnel matters in accordance with section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act. So I'm going to put that on the floor. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Goff, all in favor? That's carried. We're going into closed session again. Okay, I just didn't get votes from everybody. So everybody's in favor?
I was a little behind. I apologize.
We're going back into closed session.
Okay.
Okay. That's all. That's what we're voting for. I know everybody's Okay, we're back from closed session. The recommendation that council discuss personnel matters in accordance with section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act and that staff proceed as directed. Somebody put that on the floor. Councillor Fisher, seconded by Councillor Goff. All in favor? All opposed? One opposed. Okay, that was carried. Now we have one last one to the vote. Hang on, everybody.
No, we haven't. We got to read them all now.
We have to read them, your worship, yeah. So that we discuss CAO recruitment and that staff proceed as directed.
Which one? So we got to go by 1.1. Okay. So 1.1. I thought we were passing them all at the same time.
No.
No, I thought we
did
passed
that
them
in closed
before.
session. Now we have to let the open session know
Yeah.
what happened.
I thought because we didn't pass any before we went out.
Okay. So I don't read them all, I just number them?
If you want, your worship, I can read them and.
Yes, please.
Okay. Item 1.1, CAO staff recruitment. We discussed CAO recruitment and then staff proceed as directed.
Okay, all in favor?
No, a mover and a seconder. your
Mover and a
worship.
seconder. Councillor Goff, Councillor Snatch, all in favor? That's passed.
That closed session minutes dated April 22, 2024 be adopted as presented.
Okay. Moved, Councillor Fisher, seconded by Councillor Two, all in favor? Passed. 1.3,
That closed session council minutes dated May 15, 2024 be adopted as presented.
Councillor Goff, Councillor Snatch, all in favor? Passed, opposed? No. 1.3.
1.3.
Okay, opposed, one opposed.
Um,
1.4,
That closed session minutes dated May 16th, 2024 be adopted as presented.
okay. Moved by Councillor Snatch, seconded by Councillor Goff, all in favor? Carried, opposed? One opposed.
I want those recorded.
It's too
Yes.
late.
It's not too late. You can always ask for a recorded vote according to the mayor, so it's not too late. So I want both March 15 and 16. I want recorded
Okay.
votes.
So go back to 1.4. 1.3.
Yeah, 3 and 4. So
1.3 and 1.4 recorded votes.
yeah.
Okay, just give me a second, please. Councillor Bell,
Opposed.
Councillor Tuyu,
In favor.
Councillor Fisher.
In favor?
Yeah. Mayor Clark,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Bell,
In favor?
Councillor Snatch,
In favor?
Councillor Goff.
In favor.
Okay, motion's carried, your worship. Item 1.4, recorded vote, Councillor Bell,
Opposed.
Councillor Tuyu,
In favor.
Councillor Fisher,
In favor?
Mayor Clark,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Bell,
In favor?
Councillor Snatch,
In favor?
Councillor Goff.
In favor.
Carried, your worship.
Thank you very much. So 1.5,
That council appoint Mark Taylor to the Trails Committee for the remainder of the 2022-2026 term.
okay, put on the floor by Councillor Two, seconded by Councillor Fisher, all in favor? It's passed. 1.6,
The council received correspondence from the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority with respect to nominating a local environmental champion and that staff proceed as directed.
okay, so I'm putting on the floor. Councillor Fisher, Councillor Goff, all in favor? It's carried.
Item 1.7, that report CD 1424 be received as information and that staff proceed as directed.
Put that on the floor. Councillor Snatch, Councillor or Mayor Clark. All in favor? It's carried. It's just a long agenda. Hang tight. I know. I'm getting there. All right, 19. I think we have to do the confirmation bylaw, that bylaw 202446, the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 27th day of May 2024 be considered first, a second, and third time and finally pass. And put on the floor, Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Snutch. All in favor? That is carried. Adjournment recommendation that we now adjourn at 10:44 PM until June 24, 2024 at 7 PM. Moved by Councillor Goff, seconded by Mayor Clark. All in favor? That's carried.